That's right. And as the sun rises on a new adventure in Eldara, as the first, and may I say, original footsteps in Eldara come to a convergence, a path, it is time today for a stream which I have been waiting on for, at this point, almost 2 full years. That's right. With that said, welcome back to the stream, welcome back to the VOD for a fantastic day. I'm super excited today, man. Okay, listen. We got a lot to talk about today. We got a lot to do today. We got a whole lot to think about. Today's actually going to be one of the most important days for the formation of the Eldaran story. Today, we take our first steps into the world. We plan our very first adventure. And we start by making the maps, the villages, and of course, the first town. That's right. For everyone who's a D&D player and not a world builder. Because who has time for that shit? Who has time for any of that nonsense, man? Am I right? It's like making a new character. So what's up, guys? Who else is here? Hold on. Who's here? I gotta say hi to everybody. Dorkin, Guapo, Garthid. Good to see you, boys. Cobalt, I didn't see you in chat earlier. What's going on, man? How you doing? What's up, Crimson? How's everything going, Crimson? How's the world building? I know you're working on our building. What's up, Bizzo? It is Bizzo Day today. That is correct. What's up, Vass? Oh, wait, what? Vass? Holy shit. The legend herself. We didn't even have to talk about the horrific, macabre, dark fantasy or Adam Duff videos to summon Vass this time. I'm shocked. What's going on, Savannah? Senix? Good to see you, my friend. How you doing? Who'd I miss? I got Scroll Man. What's up, Bluff? Good to see you. I got Scroll Man. I got Scroll. Samurai. Good to see you, buddy. How you doing? Gloves on, pencil sharpened? Dude. I don't know why, but my pen tastes so bad. Is that normal? It's normal, right? It can smell bad, but tastes bad. Stop eating the pen. I'm not eating. Okay, all right, dude. All right. Listen, we got a lot of work to do today. What's up next? Good to see you. Art overrated. Final Fantasy 14 stall activated. Dude, I did not play at all. I did not play at all yesterday. All right, I logged in. I did my retainer dailies. What did I do? I didn't even do my dungeon. I didn't do my leveling roulette for my storm seals. I didn't do my 50, 60, 70 dungeon for my poetics. Not that I need poetics anymore. I mean, I guess I could get it on my samurai. Maybe. Today, I think I'm gonna try and do an extreme. I think I'm gonna see if there's like any group finder, like face roll Pepega extremes for like Shiva or any of those, just to get the quest out of my log. Maybe I'll also do my relic quest. I don't know. I got a lot to do. How long did you cook the pen for? Well, this one's fairly new, so I was gonna say like 6 years since I've had my tablet, but actually this is actually a fairly new pen. It is old enough though that the tackiness, the texture on the grip has been worn away completely. So I don't know how long that is. Yeah. No, damn it, Vass, we're not talking about skin suits. Come on, dude. Wait, it tastes bad because it's not a cooking pen. All right, god damn it. Okay, dude. You'll face roll them. Can you actually solo extremes? Yeah, can we go in there together and could you actually just like solo the extreme? Really? That'd be insane, dude. Are you kidding? Holy shit. What's up, Wolf? Good to see you. So, today's an important day. I've been waiting, no cap, for this stream, which I just realized There's a distinct lack of a fireplace in the background, isn't there? Oh, shit. Oh, shit, what's going on, guys? Yo, welcome to the stream. That's right. Welcome to the stream. Stream started. Oh, shit, man. That's... Ah, damn, dude. That's crazy how that happens, man. Just real quick. Yeah, that's crazy, man. I've been slacking lately. Blaze, what have I been slacking on? Tell me, Blaze. Tell me all about it. I want to know. All right? As an Alexandrite holder. All right? I will listen to you for one complaint today. But as the on the Blaze end of the Blaze and Bizzo on a Bizzo day, Blaze, your opinion is invalid. So, however that evens out, the fireplace, that's all. All right, okay, dude. What's up, Black and Forge? I'm good. Yeah, we're chilling today. So, speaking of today, I've literally been waiting an entire 2 years, almost, to do the stream. Okay, this stream is going to be in our adventure series. All right, we've been building our adventure. We've been building the very first adventure. We've been talking about what the adventures in Eldar are supposed to feel like. We've been talking about different characters, things like that. Today's a unique day. Today we're building the first town. That's right. We're building the first town. Now, this might not be where your character starts in the world. Okay? This might not be... They might be from the northern mountains of Northmark, home of the Dragonborn, home of... hold on. We got a map for this. We got a map. We have a map. Northmark Alliance. You might be from... Loading bar. You might be from... Asterhath. Who knows? Maybe you're from Asterhath, man. Maybe not. It's all good. But regardless of where your character is from, your character will end up in some way and for some reason in the vicinity of the Shattered Sea. This means there needs to be a starting town with all of the starting town vibes one can expect. All right? And what that means is basically we're taking the entirety of every good starting town in every RPG ever. So this is going to be our JRPG starting towns. All right. This is going to be our palette town. So we need to make a list. Okay. We need to make a list, and we can't include the words Pokemon Professor on the list. But if you do demand that there is some sort of arcane researcher with a tree-based name, I will accept the meme. Okay? I will accept the meme, and we will do it. But that is as close to a Pokemon starting town as we can get. Okay? So, it needs to be an island, a floating island, because that's the Shattered Sea. That's their vibe. And I wanted to kind of be a newer island, I think. I think the idea of, like, a frontier sort of town, that kind of vibe of, like, of people going there for some reason, for adventure, intrigue, wonder. You know, all that nerd stuff that gets us going. All that shit that we write. Here's what we need to do, man. We need to write the, like, intro text on the back of an MMO box. You know, like back in the day when you're in, like, Fry's Electronics for our American viewers, or like Best Buy, or like whatever the fuck electronics store you have in the EU. Whatever, like Gunter's circuit board town. I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't know what you guys got over there. I don't know if you got a Best Buy. We don't have Fry's Electronics over here. Okay? But whatever it is, wherever you would go to buy a, you know, like when you're on the weekend, when you go down to buy a video game with your mom in 2004 when you were 14, you know, whatever that is, whatever that store is, imagine you walk into the store and you see a box that says the Realms of Eldara, you know, and you see like an elf and she's wearing like a plate mail bikini and she's got like a bow and some feathers in her hair, and you see like a dwarf and he's got like a big axe, and it's like clearly we're trying to go for a Lord of the Rings vibe because that's what just came out in theaters, but we also want to make it look somewhat interesting. And then you got the chick with the ponytail, you know, and the circlet, and it's like clearly an EverQuest ripoff, but like who cares, right? Whatever, when you flip that box over, whatever it says on the back of it that gets you to like go to your mom and be like, Mom, can I buy this? And she's like, does it have one of those monthly subscription things? And you're like, no, but it really does, and you don't care because that's a later problem. Okay, whatever's on the back of that box, we need to have our first town inspire those feelings, okay? That's what we got. Something about Astrath is giving me evil vibes. What about it is giving you evil vibes? Is it the evil pointy spires? Because it's so good. It's not an evil city. It's where our Northern Dragonborn are from. They just like spiky shit. Okay? It's cold and north and spiky, and there's dragons there and stuff. Think about it like scuffed Ishgard, but more evil. I'm not sure that's a good thing or not. It's magic gift. I'm glad you like the map, Cobalt. Your Fry's closed. What the fuck? Didn't all Fry's close? I didn't think Fry's existed anymore. 2 houses with Arcanist Pine. Yeah, that's a good idea, man. That's a good idea. Or should so this not be the starting town because that's where your character's from. Should this be, what's the first city you really get to? The first town. Viridian City? So it has 2 houses and a Pokemart and a gym. That's the vibe I think we need to go for this starting town. I think. I don't know, man. We got a lot to do today. Let's get the map. Actually, okay, yeah, let's get the map at first. So where this is going to be physically in the world? Willow Professor? We need to be an Arcanist or something, Captain Drake. Or like a Scholar or whatever. I like that. Where's our Shattered Sea map? Not print. There we go. So first and foremost, we need to figure out where in the Shattered Sea this is going to be. The reason we're going to the Shattered Sea first is because I think it's cool. That's about it. Yeah, that's about it. That's all I got. That's where we're at right now. But also, our guild, the place where people can go on adventures, and I have an idea. Let me cross my legs. This is a cross-legged idea. What if, and this is me thinking about how to run adventures. Initially I wanted our guild, the Dragon's Claim, to just be kind of it was not really ever a meme, but it's kind of a meme, you know, like how do you gather together as a bunch of D&D players? Well, you go to an Adventures Guild, right? That's like the old meme, that or a tavern. So, or in our case, one of both. So I wanted us to have a guild hall in world. I wanted members of the Dragon's Claim to feel like they had a place that they could find familiar in world. So a place they knew. You know what the Dragon's Claim is. You know that it's the guild. You know it's the Adventures Guild. You know all the stories, all the myths, all the tales. And we need to place it in the world somewhere. Now the Dragon's Claim can expand. Imagine a future where on every world that you travel to, there is a Dragon's Claim, I don't know, guild hall in one of the major cities there. But it has to start small. Our Adventures Guild has to start small and kind of lame, because that's how you start things in D&D. That's the best. That's the best way. So, in Grand Crest, this city in the middle, this is where our guild hall is. And I want the very first adventure to center around this area. Because one, I think it's the coolest area of the world. And two, it's close to the guild hall. So it's easy access, right? So, what I thought would be kind of fun is as we're publishing sort of the main story quest for our adventure, as we have, you know, modules come out, basically released ideally quarterly, if not halfly. If not quarterly, then at least halfly. Okay, that's what we'll do. We'll promise a halfly schedule for adventures, and we're gonna attempt a quarterly though. All right, once we get in the groove of things. The in between time though, I'd like to design quests, very small adventures, like world building exercises, if you will, whereby the quest is like on the quest board in the Dragon's Claim. There is a quest to go kill a Dorgabrad. What is a Dorgabrad? Don't worry about it. But it's on this island. Right? And there could be just a very small little adventure, you know? The kind of thing that players could go on independent of the main story. All right? This is the 5-head of MMO design. We have the main story quest. And your main story quest story will be your own. Or your party's. Right? But I think it'd be fun, you know, to go on a quest once in a while with your fellow guildmates. Victus might canonically be the hero in Victus's story of all of the Shattered Sea. But Through the Blaze still has membership to the guild. And while you will all serve as the heroes and protagonists of your own story, you will also serve as the guild members of the Adventures Guild in everyone else's story. And I think that's kind of fun, because that's what I like about the best parts about like playing MMOs with your friends, especially in MMO like Final Fantasy or Modern Warcraft, right? Or I guess Lost Ark too, whereby you are going through your story, you're telling your story and whatever, and that's cool. But your friends are also there as fellow adventurers. Sometimes they're with you on your adventures, and sometimes they're just other adventures in the guild hall. Okay? But it'd be kind of fun to go on an adventure with them and do a non-canonical adventure, like a not non-canonical, a canonical non-main story quest adventure, where you can just go like, yo, let's run it up. Who wants to play D&D tonight? Do a little one-shot. And then at that point, the problem with one-shots is that they're hard to get into. You have a character and you bring it here and it's like, okay, like whatever, you know, you spend a lot of time, you're in the guild tavern, you're like, greetings, dark wanderer. I am Dormoth the Ancient. I am a great arcanist wizard from the Tower of anime. Shit. Redo DM? Can I redo my backstory? No. Okay, I'm from the Tower of Anime. Fuck. All right, whatever. It's just a one shot, right? None of the awkwardness of having to figure out a character for the one shot, because you two know each other. If you're members of the Dragon's Claim, you guys all know each other. So when our boy Cobalt says, "Yo, guys, I want to run a D&D game tonight. I'm running this wanted quest. You guys got to go to this island. You got to figure out a little mystery. You got to find the thing. You got to go collect some loot and kill a beast." It's like, yo, cool, I'm down. I got a character. It's around that level. I'll level my character up or down depending on whatever. Yo, Pog, man. That's what I want out of this. I want that experience. I want us to be able to play D&D together very casually, but still feel like it's part of a meaningful, larger campaign. All right? That's the vision. So we have to design small little towns Small things, places, 1 to 2 adventure quests that are just small little kind of like non-massive consequential stuff. No saving the world from eldritch whatevers, but just like going on an adventure with your friends. Like, that's fucking cool. Not everything has to be about saving the world. Sometimes going and seeing an ancient ruin and learning a little bit of lore about the world and having a great fucking time with some new friends, I think that's a valuable experience that I want to make as easy as possible in D&D if people are playing in Eldara, right? However, there is a main story that we need to cover. An adventure that pulls an individual into the world, has their character, an important hero, and a very long plot. And so we need to build that first town. And that's gonna be all in the Shattered Sea right now. Later adventures will have players going to other areas of the world, absolutely. But for now, the very first adventure and the very first quests are gonna be right here. In this, our fair Shattered Sea. Okay? That's where we're at.
Show us the quests on.
God, I mean, there is $1 attached to that. Oh, man, he did pay $1. That's... Yeah, alright. Alright, if my sister's willing to sell that, or whatever, pictures for that much, then I guess I can sell croissant zooms in for that. Yeah, alright. Alright, Duria. Okay, you fucking... God damn it. I know you're sitting there just vibrating, Duria, waiting to see this Gorncrest Citadel. I'm behind. I'm sorry. Okay, I rambled for a bit. Focus Center equivalent is a bakery. God damn it. Starting Town should have a relatively peaceful vibe until something comes along and destroys it. Do you mean destroys the peaceful vibe or destroys the town, Victus? I'm actually genuinely curious what you mean. Are we like a virus? Yes. The Dragon's Claim is like a virus. And Thanos is the... Wait, no, shit, that's Marvel. Damn it. Every time I have a good idea, it's either a World of Warcraft character or a Marvel plotline or the story of Moana. Yeah, or the plot of Moana. Wait, early start. Saris, what do you mean? Daylight savings time. It's daylight savings. It's literally 10:30 right now.
The ancient order of draconian bakers.
I did say I would canonize Gorncrest Moonbread. Okay? I will make an article entry. Aduri, I need you to keep me reminded on this. Before we have the World Anvil finished for the Shattered Sea, I need you to remind me that I did promise to make a Gorncrest Moonbread. It's going to be an Easter egg, lore tidbit, that it's going to be like, you know, like when you're playing Dark Souls and you like waddle behind like a barrel or something and there's like a bone and you like pick the bone up and it's like the femur of like the last king of like Argathon or some shit. That's where you're going to find the Gorncrest Moonbread lore. It's going to be at some dark corner behind a barrel or something. Dorbrad, a derpy-ass dragon named Brad. Yeah, there you go. I'll give you the villain where you can. Much more fun. Saris, you want to play a villain? Saris, if you want to be a persistent villain in the world, I will allow it. But you are hereby banned from saying good meowing to any of the players in character. If you want to be a persistent villain, that would actually... I thought about that. It'd be kind of fun to have some players take on villain roles if they're willing to play in like one-shots every once in a while. Right? Where that could be like kind of like their one-shot thing in the world where they're like, you have to go like fight this villain, this like evil baron or something like that, or this like evil dragon or a witch or some shit. I thought it'd be kind of fun to have like, be like, oh yeah, that's a character usually played by like this person because they like got to create a villain, you know? But the problem with that is that the person has to be willing to actually play that adventure once in a while, you know? It can't be like, yeah, man, I'll create this villain, this like witch in the forest or whatever, but I never want to run the game ever, you know? That's kind of like shitty. Right? So I don't know if I want to ask anyone to do that. But if you want to be a persistent villain, you can, Saris. But in character, I am forbidding your villainous character from saying good meowing unless you can convince me otherwise, all right? Yeah, Garth gets it, man. You ever played a one-shot? What, say to one-shot? Yeah, there you go. Persistent Worlds. Dude. What's going on, Bylong? How you doing, buddy? Like Wizards Guild in Fairy Tail? Nice. What is the Wizards Guild in Fairy Tail? Is that the main guild with the Dallas Fuel sign? Crimson, you've missed the greatest planning stage of all of Eldara. You haven't missed shit. I'm actually about to get started on designing the town. And as soon as I catch up in chat. It's canon now? Okay, dude. It's not canon until this World Anvil article. Alright? Someone quote me on that. I have a great first hook for the main quest. What is it, Blaze? What do you got? What do you got, man? Where the Coffee Falls Rejuvenation at? They're over there. just right over there. Yeah, by long. What's up, Seven? In the office today, so lurking. All right. I appreciate that. I appreciate that. Hopefully you have a great day. Be in the office. Don't work too hard. Okay? Remember, D&D's waiting. Video games and the snacks are waiting to the end of that hard day. Clash going forward yet here, so you started an hour earlier with me. Oh, right. So, Sarah, you must be somewhere in the EU, right? Because if I'm not mistaken, daylight savings time happens earlier in America, the Americans, which also includes Canada, than it does in EU, right? Like, you guys are a bit later? Or maybe you're somewhere completely different, because apparently people watch the stream that aren't from the US or the EU. I had no idea. Apparently Bizzo lives somewhere else. Apparently we have some Australians in here. Apparently there's some people who live in Asia. Imagine that. People who aren't from the NA or EU hanging on the stream. I shouldn't just assume, all right? Why you gotta do barrels like that? Why not put it on a table or a dresser? Because Venom, look. Venom, I appreciate you. I appreciate your commitment to where to hide secrets in the world. But the problem is we don't have any secrets hiding behind barrels yet. So we need to have a couple. But you're absolutely right. You can be a villain, Blaze. Try to get the Onyx Imperium to cause problems for venturers in the Shadowed Sea. What is the Onyx Imperium doing, man? What are they up to? What are they smuggling? I was going on the 27th? Oh, okay, that's fair. That's fair. Is it like, does the general EU have a different daylight savings time, or is it country by country? Because that, I can imagine, could get really fucking annoying if it was like, oh, in Belgium, our daylight savings time starts on this time. Oh, well, in Spain, our daylight savings starts on this time, you know? That could get awful real quick.
Wait. How long have we waited? Also, hath thee prayed?
Yes. I patted Ella on the head before I got out of bed this morning. Misprint. So, is that... Thank you for 100 bits. Thank you for the bits, guys. Thank you, Duria. Thank you, Misprint. Thanks for 100 bits today, this morning, guys. Appreciate it. When staying in character, unless I was a cat person. All right, that's fair. That could be kind of... Oh, shit. Like, imagine Sarah's like a Nyathar crime boss. They just unironically straight-faced made cat puns, right? Right? What's up, Gwenda Boy? Good to see ya. I have more Canadian subs than American subs. Good. You know where your subs are from? I don't. They said they just passed a bill for the U.S. to stay on DSC next year? Really? Can you annex us? If you don't mind, just real quick, just one time? Yeah, can you just... Damn, dude. Or, like, can you convince our government to do that? I don't want to do this clock changing shit anymore, man. I haven't had somebody make a single good argument for why I should change my clock and lose an hour of sleep and be miserable. I'm not actually miserable. I just am mildly annoyed and I sleep until 10 o'clock one day and then I move on with my life. But when I was in school and I had to get up early, that sucked. Okay? Plot hook. Okay, the orphanage is on fire. The children are burning, but the bakery is having a sale on mini lemon bunt cakes, and that ends when the shop closes in 15 minutes. What do you do? That's a good point, Blaze. What would you do? Fuck. What kind of sale are we talking here? What's up, BitBot? Good to see you again. Good to see you. Is the enemy a fell user? A Lalafell? God damn it, we're not doing a Lalafell. It's 1740 at your place. Really? It's 1040 here. So that must mean that you're... Let's see. How do we convert that into actual time? So it's a 12-hour clock minus 2 hours, and then it's the second part of it. So 17 is 7 minus 2. So that'd be 5. So that'd be 540 in American. All right. I got you, Settings. Imagine I'm trying running your stream entirely on the hottest takes. Let's see, hot takes that we can run our stream on. Clerics should be able to use bladed weapons. There you go, Duria. There's my hot take for the day. Clerics, let clerics stabby stab. Okay? Give a clerics dual wielding daggers. There's my hot take today, buddy. What about here? Belgium. What about wait, what about my dirt speck of a country? I'm wondering if daylight savings time, Wolf, is different across all the EU countries, or if it's like EU daylight savings time is a certain day, just like Canadian American is on one day. You know, maybe because they make cat puns. Okay, dude, I'm not impressed. Okay, the Ox Imperium is always to gather their forces and building their power. Like any respectable guild looks at the consortium for reasons. I don't know why, but I need to find Crimson. I need to find something that gets smuggled through the Shattered Sea. I feel like you guys would smuggle shit. You know? You have to pass through the Senate? God damn, dude. You want to stay on DAC? You want to stay on standard time? Do I? Which time do I want to be on? Blaze, I just don't want to change my clock, man. I don't want to have to go change my Yep clock. Right? Do I have Yep enabled? Hold on. Yep. Yep, I do. Yep. Clock. There we go. There's like 2 people in chat that are standard normie Twitch users that'll get that. Don't worry about it. Yo, what's up, Hip-Hog? Good to see you, my friend. We're chilling today. We're chilling. The same we should stay on DST because more people are awake in the afternoon, so it'll impact more people. I'm not sure how that works. Whatever we agree on. We can agree that I don't care what number we agree on. Okay? I just want us to agree on no longer flipping our clocks around. Okay? Sorry, daylight savings time at the end of this month. Is that the same time as the rest of the EU, Wolf, or? So DSC would make this mean the sun would not rise until almost 9 a.m. for us in the northern folk. Oh yeah, so it's light later. So like that is a little silly. So where I live, it's way farther north than Blaze. Not that much further, but still, in the middle of summer, in the height of the solstice, on the longest days of the year, it is light out at 9. It is comfortably light out at 10. It is still a little bit light out at 11. And at midnight, you can still see some slivers of light in the distance. You know? That like twilight hour, the night sky, you can see stars, but there's still just a little bit of color in the distance from the sun at midnight. It's not bad. I really like it, actually. Most people like it because it's like you're out at like 7 or 8 o'clock and you're out walking. There's kids playing and people walking their dogs and shit, and everybody's like out and whatever, and restaurants are busy, and it's like really nice when it's like light out late in the evening. But in the winter, when it's like dark at like 4, it gets dark. It's like it's nighttime at 4. Like it's pitch black night in the middle of December at 4 p.m. That sucks because like everybody stays inside and just plays video games. Wait, that's better. Shit. Anyway, we got to design town today. Imagine living in a place where you have to keep flipping your clocks. Big oof. Shut up, Bizzo. Imagine living in a place with things. Hold on. Things Indians complain about India. Let's see. What are they? Population, corruption, traffic. Shit. Well, that's just everywhere. Fuck. Financial issues, society, transportation. There's no like weird like bug, like a cicada or something that's like loud or some shit, or like humidity. The game of chess. Imagine, Bizzo. Imagine living somewhere where the game of chess was invented. Yeah, imagine living in the country that fucking chess was invented. God, we're talking about cataclysmic oofs. Yeah, come on, man. All right. Okay. So, we have our first town. Okay. We are our very first town. Let's get our hold on. We gotta get it set up, okay? What? I am muted. Okay.
Imagine
We're
putting
good.
then pouring your heart out to chat.
Thank you. What? Why are these on different... All right. He used a silly place. Okay. We need to figure out why we're there. No, sorry, we don't need to figure out why we're there. I'm not sure when I hit my mute button. Okay. What I was saying, thank you guys for letting me know. What I was saying was, oh shit. Oh man. Guys, I figured out how to finally canonize cat girls. Damn it. Oh, I forgot about what I said. All right, that's it. Cat girls are back to non-canon. Sorry, guys. Go back to Final Fantasy. It's over. Anyway. So what I was saying was we need to figure out what is interesting about the town. How to help our players tell our stories. But not why they're there. I'm okay with leaving the why as a surprise for greater adventures. Okay? Because I want everybody to have an opportunity to not spoil the whole project for themselves. Okay? So we need to do a couple things. The first is we need to... Wait, hold on. I gotta get a different brush for this. Okay. Number one, we need to write the project. Title. All right. Which we've already done. Congratulations, guys. Congratulations. I like to think that we are moving forward in this project at a rapid rate at this point. Okay? Step 2. We need a map. Step 3. Wait. We need lore. And step 4. We need things. Okay? So for our town map, we're going to actually make a map for this. And I'm a little bit nervous because I don't know how to do it. I don't quite know what it's going to look like yet. But basically, we need to have it look something like this. We need to have the island. Okay? And we need to have the town. And we're going to try and make a fairly correct town map. That or, I don't know, okay? I need some input on this. Would you guys prefer a town map that just sort of looked like, you know, infinite little sort of houses, little house icons, and then like a big one that's like, you know, the something keep. Right? And then much more like icons, you know, everywhere, like all over this. Basically, it's like a texture. And then the like another bigger one, and it's like the something in. Or is it better, do you think, to have like individual like streets planned out and like every little building drawn out, every little structure mapped, right? To help plan sort of our main street vibes. You know, a little well. You can maybe do like draw in things for like the town square. And then we draw in our little roads. Right? What do you think is better? World maps or town maps specifically? So we're kind of going with both. Yeah. We're not, it's like, okay, it's a map of an island basically. We're not like let's say that in the Shadowed Sea we're going to this island right here. Right? Say we're going to this island. So the island's a small-ish island, but I still... Okay, so that's actually a kind of an interesting problem. So the island needs to be large enough. It needs to be large enough that we can imply there's like things out there or stories or whatever, right? To go find. There's like adventures to be had. So there's ruins over here. There's some big ruins, and there's like a floating thing because floating things are D&D-y. Okay. Yeah, so we got some runes. This is our official first Eldard story. Is the story of the runes, okay? So we got some runes. He's angry, but he likes it. Okay? So if we want to imply that, like, there's stuff out there. Do we have a town map and just basically have a map of the island that's all more or less in scale, right? Where we can draw out the town itself here, you know, and then we just like make like woods and general kind of texture for like, oh, there's some big woods over here, and there's like farms and whatever, you know, and some woods, some more woods, and some more woods, and like maybe there's like a hermit that lives here, and like and maybe the hermit's got a well, but the well has like maybe some ancient secrets in it. So we draw a little eldritch tentacle sticking out of the well. Wait. Okay. All right. We almost spoiled 25 years of storytelling that we're planning. Shit. All right. Or do we do 3 maps? Because maybe the town itself, it depends on if we want the runes to be a day trip. Are the runes something that people can go to often, and it's like, you know, it's an hour hike through the forest, or like, you know, 20 minutes or something, right? Or are the runes something that are a day trip away? Because I feel like day trips in D&D are a big deal, right? I feel like staying overnight in the forest is one of the most important experiences in the introduction of a campaign. But also, it would make the island more, like, larger, more accessible. So maybe we have to do both. Maybe we have to do an island map, right? That has our town right here. You know? And then it's got, you know, there's like a lake. And the lake has a little nubby because lakes usually have nubs. And then there's like forests everywhere. And we got to figure out a forest pattern. We'll probably just do something that looks similar to like these kind of forests. Right? But like a much more zoomed in version. So we have 2 maps. We have 3. We have the Relic Coast map. Or sorry, Shattered Sea map. Jesus. And then we have this map, an island map, and then we have, of course, our town map, where our town map can go into our individual little buildings, and we can do little roofs. You know, we can have it all isometric, right? So pick a perspective to draw our town from. That might be that might be maybe. If we do a completely isometric sort of thing, this might be signing up for a lot of work, I just realized. Right? It would be cool, but that would be a lot of work, now that I think about it. So we'd either do that, or we would do the completely top-down approach. One of those 2 things will happen. I don't know which one. What's up, Venus? I didn't see you in here, Venus. Thanks for the lurk, though. Appreciate it. It wait, the Hexcrawl maps, civilization style maps for that scale. Hexcrawl maps. Ooh. Bringing hex maps back to the 5e audience. Because here's the thing. 5e, I don't think if players started playing D&D in 5e, I don't think they probably would have played with hex maps, right? That's typically like an old school thing, you know? Screen between the islands and Shattered Sea common? Yes, it's very common. It's very common. It's very easy. Lots of There are lots of ferries basically between islands. Smaller islands that are out in the middle of nowhere might have like a ferry come like once a week, right? But definitely people themselves. Part of the magic. Okay, so if anyone doesn't know, just real quick, just catch people up to speed. The Shattered Sea is an area of the world. Here's our quick. I need a speedrun timer for this. Someone time me. The Shattered Sea is an area in the world in which there was a large inner sea, a series of them, and a seafaring civilization of very adept magic users. They had a ley line beneath the Shattered Sea, which they powered a lot of their sort of magical experiments and spell casting and rituals. The ley lines run through the world, and proximity to them increases your magical potency with the arcane arts, and being farther away from them decreases it slightly. Not to a noticeable point when you're away from them, but when you are right next to a ley line, you feel the power, basically. So there's a ley line very close to the surface that these people utilize for their spell casting. One day, they decided they were going to try and crystallize the energy so they could take magic, direct magic from this ley line, tap into it, crystallize it, hold it for later so that they could use it to enhance the spell casting. But what they did is they basically cut into a fire hose and it exploded. It exploded and a spell was sort of released, mass explosion, the entire Shattered Sea blew the fuck up, giant crater formed where there was the inner sea. Now there's a sea of just a giant crater. What happened then was at the bottom of the crater, the ley line was sort of exposed and crackling energies were being released. This did a couple things. This basically activated a permanent spell, because the spell that they were using to try and do this was they were trying to use gravitational magic to pull up magic while crystallizing. They're using two spells together. One that crystallized magic and one that sort of is a gravitational sort of whatever kind of spell. The two of those together are now in permanent perpetuity, whatever. So, from the bottom of the Shattered Sea arise these sky shards. These sky shards are small little crystals that present, when in proximity to the Shattered Sea, an anti-gravitational effect, allowing things to fly, float, and whatever. Over time, the Shattered Sea began to cloud over. They're formed basically an ocean of clouds. They kind of fell into it, and islands began to float, and people resettled on these islands, these floating islands. Some are above the Shattered Seas, like sort of cloud base or whatever, the cloud surface of it. Some are below and in the clouds. Depends on how wealthy your island is and how many sky shards. The more sky shards they have, the further up they float. However, proximity from this spell means that you need to have more sky shards as you are higher and higher and higher. So to float very high, you need such a strong, potent, like a concentration of sky shards that it's almost impossible, right? You'd have to just be throwing sky shards in the air, basically, without having to lift anything up. So what that allows us is it allows us to have this cloud ocean. It allows us to have floating shit, floating islands, and an abyss. There is, in fact, a swirling layer of clouds further down, not quite at the bottom, but close to the bottom of the Shattered Sea, whereby a dangerous swirl of dark clouds began to form. And anything that travels below that abyssal layer does not return. Think of it kind of like a brine pool in the deep sea. Shifting, terrible creatures, though, once in a while can be found emerging from that depth. If you fly too close to it, maybe something will jump up and grab you. Maybe a giant tentacle. Who knows? But for those who are high above the clouds and not even close to the abyss, have nothing to fear. Yet. So that's where we're at. So your average farmer might have some sort of winged creature that flies. And they might have attached to that winged creature a cart with some sky shards sort of built into it, thus lifting it. So that's our mechanic of how we have travel and how we have flight and how it doesn't affect the rest of Teleria, but it affects this area, right? So travel between the islands is common. It is not completely uncommon. The sky shards are the primary currency in addition to gold, obviously, in this area, because the sky shards are what determines whether or not things can float and function. So if an island, this is a common problem, the island you might have floating around and everybody's just having a good time. And then one day the island starts sinking and they're like, why is our island sinking? If our island sinks too low, we're going to go beneath the cloud layer and it's going to make farming more difficult. And if we go too far down, we're going to fall deep into the abyss. And they scour the island only to find out that a pirate criminal organization has been secretly mining the sky shards in their town. So they have to go get some sort of a sky, like the natural sky shards that occur in their island. So they have to protect it. They have to then go get a large sky shard and somehow connect it in their town hall to their island to cause it to float. Wealthy, prosperous towns might go purchase sky shards and have great vaults in their town hall or their castles. They cause their islands to float higher. Who knows? But I want flight to be something that is obtainable, right? I want to also kind of be a sport, right? Like I imagine things like windsurfing, right? Like windsurfing with crystal encrusted boards, you know, as sport and activities, things like that. Dune actually has a huge hex map. Has a huge hex map. Like the modern one? Really? It's on the ordinary for 5e. Really, because nobody ever talks about it. I don't actually play any of the written adventures for 5e, but I hear nobody ever talking anything about hex maps ever. So that's actually pog as shit. They still have rules for like traversing between them and like random encounters and stuff like that, or time or whatever. I gotta look this shit up. Because I'm intrigued. It's also need to draw the buildings from a few specific angles, then dupe them and save them, or save time. It might be. Yeah, we could maybe so 7. You're absolutely right. We could do that. I was thinking about that actually, but I didn't put too much brain power into it because I was probably thinking about Cheetos or cat girls or something. I don't know. That could work, honestly. We could do like a couple of general houses, and then have have important buildings, like the inns and some of the shops and things like that. But I need to draw them from different perspectives too, which might be the kind of the difficult thing. So, I don't know, man. That's a good idea, though. As I know from personal experience, I do the easy way. Notice I like the other style at the end, and do more time-consuming thing anyways. Yeah, that's the problem, right? You stopwatch going, maybe lost 3 to 4 seconds. All right, okay, dude. This is peak. This is why it's Bizzo Day. All right. On Blaze Day, Blaze never stopwatches me. I'm not saying I enjoy one day more than the other. Yeah, Sky Krakens, basically. That's where we're going. Dude. Every 5 miles, I got a... yeah, dude. Hit me up, Thorkin. Took 5 minutes, 39 seconds. Damn it, I gotta get that under 5. I gotta get Explain the Shattered Sea under 5. The stuff just no one reads. Also, MCDM built a world on stream with a hex grapher and kind of brought the hex map world building a bit too. Dude, okay, I'm intrigued. Like seriously, I hex maps felt like one of those things that was just sort of like a relic of a forgotten age of RPGs. You know? Okay, I was like, yeah, you can dump it in stream topics in Discord. That's like where we throw links and shit for stuff. But yeah, please. Please do, my friend. There's pauses in your speech. How unprofessional. Dude, listen, Bizzo. All right? Yes. Fair and true. And true and real. And real and fair. So, let's design... What do you guys want to do first? Should we design the island or should we design the town first? Should we design the town and build out the island around it? Or should we design the island and then, you know, and then crush our town in the middle of it? Geographers are great. The video I posted in Stream Topics also uses a hex map for world building purposes. Oh, shit. Okay. I'm going to check it out then. I'm going to check that shit out after stream if you don't mind. Just real quick if you don't mind, Thorkin. I'm going to check it out. If you're just sitting at home, though, I'm at work. Why people sad? Copium. That's rough. Wait, isn't Bizzo at work, though, right now? Yeah, isn't Bizzo at work right now? Hold on. Time in India. It's 10:40 p.m. Okay, yeah, so it's not peak working hours for Bizzo yet. Soon it'll be peak working hours for Bizzo. Soon it'll be Bizzo's most effective working time. When it's too late to start a project. Okay, yeah. So I guess it isn't quite work hours for her yet. So yeah, it's fun. No Bizzo command. I don't make commands, bro. Okay. All right. Bro wants to see the town, so we'll do the town first. Okay. So it was a trick question. Whichever one we figured out, we need to figure out a very small piece of the first one. So we're gonna figure out the basic shape of the big island, and then we're gonna design the town, just so we know where it can go. So I think for our island, real quick, we'll just do like a really quick 2-minute sketch here, and then we'll dive into the town first. So I want our island to be. I want it to have a lot of space on it for, I don't know, forests and shit, man. And I want to have 1 or 2 little chunks, because don't forget, this is going to be floating stuff. So maybe something like this. This is going to be our odd. So if we're going to assume that this is going to be 1 day's walk, right? It takes you a day to get from one side of the island to the other. Or at least the majority of a day. So maybe like 12 hours or so, right? We got to figure out exactly how large that is for one. And then now we have our basic sketch. Where should we put our island? Or sorry, our town? Because we can either do our town a couple ways. We can put our town like in the middle of the bay. That would make sense. Okay. Or we can put our town, maybe like do a cool like 3-piece town and little floaty, you know, really like bring people into the idea that flight is common here. Right? So there's like a ferry that goes back and forth between these sections. Right? We could also do that. Even if it is in the bay. There could be like a smaller section here, like a little sub island or whatever. That could actually be really cool. Now I'm thinking about it. That could be really fucking cool, right? If our town was like across this island and then of course here too. The problem with it being central though, is it's not going to be as far of a distance to anywhere on the island, which makes sense when you're building a town. But we're not thinking about building the town. We're thinking about telling a story. Okay? It would make sense that you make your town central so you can go everywhere. So you can utilize the natural springs up north or the ancient ruins, over here, or like, you know, the verdant farmlands over here with like maybe a smaller little like hamlet there or something like that. But if we want to increase travel time so that our players get a feeling of it like you need to survive in the wild a little bit, which is important. I think it's actually really important for D&D. It's like okay, this is something not everyone agrees on, and I'm okay with that. Hear me out. This is my perspective. Not everyone likes the parts of D&D that involve survival, that involve tracking, that involve item capacity, item weight, gold weight, ammunition, things like that, right? This is why I do, and this is why this is my perspective. This is why I like it. This is why we're going to do it for this adventure. I have found in my time playing D&D and running D&D that enjoying the world around you is often enhanced when you feel immersed into the world. Now we can remove certain things. We always remove certain things from D&D. We always idealize fantasy, right? We want the sort of the quaint simplicity of a medieval lifestyle, of, you know, a warm bed at the inn, at some sort of shank and stew, an ale for dinner, a blade in one hand and a backpack with a bedroll in the other. But we don't like talking about certain things like, oh yeah, like all the disease and whatever that popped up in that period of time. So we kind of fantasy it away. And I find that while we're fantasying away, it's kind of like turning on creative mode in Minecraft. Once you put your very first block down in creative mode, suddenly the meaning that you've built in your building is lost. You don't care anymore because you don't have to work for it, right? It's like why people don't like pay-to-win games. In Lost Ark, you like work for your item level. Meanwhile, you know, David, the accountant over there that makes, you know, 6 figures and hates his job, and his wife, you know, gives him 2 hours a week to play video games because he has to, you know, watch The Bachelor with her so that she doesn't, you know, get mad at him for working 12 hours a day because he's got an alcohol problem. All right, wants to sit down with some Lost Ark and feel like he's like winning, so he goes and he buys, you know, he spends $2,000 to $3,000 on item level upgrades to feel like he's winning at something in life, you know. We all know David, okay? But the problem is once you start doing that, once you start taking shortcuts, I think that it diminishes your experience. It diminishes your experience in a couple ways, and one of the most important ways, I'm not going to go into every single whatever detail, but one of the most important ways is that the items that a player takes in their inventory.
You sound a little sour. What happened in your Lost Ark experience?
What do you mean, Aduria? I have the same Lost Ark experience that everyone else does. What do you mean my Lost Ark experience? It's what happened in Lost Ark. Come on, man. Thanks for the bits, though. I'm going to use that to upgrade my item level in Lost Ark. No, I'm not. I'm going to use that to buy. That's it. Today, all bits I get are going towards buying vanity items in Final Fantasy. What are we at? 400? I can buy an emote today. Fuck yeah. Thanks to the bits, Aduria. Miss Brad. Appreciate that, guys. So anyway, the items you choose to take, I think, say a lot about your player. And, or sorry, a lot about your player style and your character. A lot of times in D&D, we underestimate the time that we take to build our character sheets out. And not just our backstories, not just our weapons, not just our spells, but also like the fun of looking through a player's handbook and going like, oh man, I've got this much gold. I'm gonna buy a grappling hook, and I'm gonna buy this and rope. Okay, do you want to get this? Okay, I'll bring up a 10-foot pole because we're going to dungeons and we're 3-5 players. You bring the bucket, you know, and you'd buy adventuring gear, and you have to figure out how much you can carry and what you can do. And then I'd also, once you want to bring a bunch of shit with you, you're like, guys, if we're going to dungeon, we should bring 10-foot poles, we should bring ladders, we should bring an anvil, we should do all this stuff. Okay, guys, we're gonna need a cart, we're gonna need adventurer's cart, we're gonna need and so oftentimes in my games, players, one of the first things they do with their treasure and their first like sort of scores is they go buy cool shit, like they go buy carriages and pack mules and whatever, and it's fun. And I want to give players who want that experience. And people, if DMs want to be like, yeah, encumbrance doesn't exist, you can carry whatever you want, doesn't matter, whatever. A GM can do that, and I respect that. I don't like playing that, and I think you're missing out massively if you've never tried the other thing. If you try the other thing and you're like, bro, I don't want to worry about item weight, I'd say try it in my game. Because I don't have a lot of, you know, experience not doing it, and I don't have a lot of experience with people not enjoying it. Even people who hate it find they're like, wait, so we got 4,000 copper? That's a lot, man. That's a lot of gold. And it's like, yep. They're like, oh fuck, how are we gonna carry that all back to the town? And it's fun, dude. Hold on, let me check some chat real quick. The 3 cities part over there, River will contact more of the Isle. That's true. You make a good point. So why Rangers suffer? I know, dude. It's not their fault. The DMs are for them to streamline play and makes me sad. Rangers, I think, should have an opportunity to succeed. Yeah. Carrying capacity works until they get a bag of holding. That's true. I actually don't like giving my players bags of holding or any sort of like extra dimensional vorpal space or anything like that. Murdoch. I actually like I honestly in my personal games, there's no such thing as a bag of holding. That's the way I play. I know I'm not saying that's Eldara canon because I know that I'm just how someone handle in Eldara. I'm never going to talk about bags of holding or extra dimensional space. Never going to talk about it. In my games personally, they will not exist. And if you want to add them into your games, there's nothing saying they're not there. So, but yeah, seem like for a few. Yeah, thanks, Thurkin. Appreciate it. Encumbrance is important so the players want to get the bag of holding so they feel how they have leveled up because encumbrance will be a thing of the past. No, Kat, the way I like handling is I like handling it by the players trading in their stuff, buying carts, getting better materials. You know, like Ella saved a lot of money for her mithril armor because it would, and her mithril hammer. And that was the thing that she was excited about because she's like, oh my God, now I can carry so much more shit. This is great. right? One of our players carries more of the camp stuff. One of them carries more of the combat stuff, right? And it's fun. It's cool like that. And so the idea of like also gold and like the encumbrance of like items, the players have to translate and them into smaller whatever, you know, physical currencies. They have to transfer up to platinum. They have to buy trade bars, and they have to think about how to keep their trade bars safe and whatever, right? And it's really fun. It's actually a lot of fun. It's a big part of the game that I feel like, I don't want to criticize other DMs, but I feel like that a lot of DMs don't do it well. That's my like kind of maybe hot take part of it, is that I don't think a lot of DMs do it well because they don't give players an opportunity to make that system fun. They don't give them cool carts and whatever they can like build and make cool shit and make camping fun and make cooking and eating fun and like give players bonuses. Like when a player says, "Yo, man, I make," you know, like honestly, not even kidding. If my players spend a lot of time making themselves super fucking comfortable, I'll be like, "Okay, you get inspiration die the next day." They're like, "What, really?" And I'm like, "Yeah, man, yeah, fuck yeah." You went out to the forest. You found this, you know, so and so got a massive survival check. You found this perfect little place. It's got a place to bathe. You know, a little stream for fresh water and everything. You can restock your whatevers. You don't have to cast some good berries. There's like fruit hanging from trees, like pretty close. You have all this great stuff that you like got in the last town for your meals. You have a warm fire. You have this beautiful cart that sets up and converts into like shelter for whatever that you can all sleep in. Like, yeah, man, you have a great night. You got enough things right that you have a great night. You get inspiration the next day. I don't care. Like, go for it. Or like a gameplay players like bonus HP one day or whatever, because I'm like, you guys feel more fortified by your evening's rest, you know. And so I like making the mini game of making your players' characters surviving the world better translate into actual bonuses, right? And it's fun. No, I did not get the whale. Like this, I got the cart, the chocobo cart, the 4-man mount. I think it was really cool. I actually really like the mount. I think it's really fucking cool. It's probably lame. It's probably a meme. I don't care. I did not get the whale. It's a little bit too much, but it was down to $30. And I was probably considering it, but I couldn't justify that. I wanted to buy some a couple of emotes and stuff too. So yeah. That's why you make Big Holy Dangerous. Where does it go? Where does it come back? Yeah, it's scary shit, man. Beat a flying car the Shattered Sea. Yeah, you do indeed, Victus. You do indeed, my friend. That, or you need to figure out how to live in your backpacks. You need to figure out how to be efficient with space. How to like players will sometimes go to. It's also like you have to give your players opportunities to be creative. Like one of our players wanted to have a mining pick, right? But they're like, I don't want to carry my pickaxe and my axe. So they like went to the blacksmith. They're like, hey, could you like merge these into some sort of like cool new tool that's like a pickaxe hammer kind of thing? And the blacksmith's like, okay. And he made it out of like some cool like mithril, so it's like half the weight, and now it's both items. And like the player's like, this is like really cool. That's like one of their favorite items. Like she's walking around all this time, and she's like always holding her pickaxe, axe, whatever thing, hybrid, and she's so proud of it. She then went and got like enchanted oak or something that like was glowing. So now she has this like glowing enchanted oak with like blue lines all over it and shit. And it's got like it's kind of like emanating this sort of like glowing fairy dust with like this like sort of radiant mithril head with this like sort of, you know, seal of this like really important blacksmith in it. And it's like her prized possession, dude. And it was all that the entire thing was all just because she mechanically wanted an item that would serve as both an axe and a pickaxe. And she even uses it in combat. It does less damage than her like great axe, right? But she just like is always carrying it. Like they're walking through town just on her shoulder, you know? And it's cool. You don't get that kind of shit unless you give players an opportunity to play that part of the game. And so we're going to try and encourage that. We're going to try and encourage that. And if players don't want to play that game, if DMs don't want to run that part of the game, perfect. You know where the town is. You know where the enemies are. You know what you do like to do when they're in the wild. Do you want to make them hold on to rations, ammo, all that stuff? Who cares, man? You can skip that whole shit, you know? But I want to encourage people to play that way. At least to try it. Because I really feel like a lot of people would have a lot more fun with it if they gave it a chance to make it really fun. It's one of the things that I might have a criticism with D&D as a system. Which I don't know. I've never thought about it like this until just now. But maybe there's things that... Because, like, there's things that I feel like I can do as an adventure planner to make survival really fucking fun. And, like, the campaign, you know, manager as a DM and all that stuff to make survival really fun. And I think I do a good job at it. And the reason I say that is because I've never had anybody complain. And I've had people who say they don't like that, start enjoying it because they're like, oh, I didn't know you could do this. Like, that's really cool, man. You know, like buying a cool tent. Like I just thought there was tent. Like, you had all these different tents that had all these different options. Like, it was really cool, man. And they enjoyed it. So I'm gonna pray that we can like maybe get some people on board with that. And if they don't like it, that's beautiful, man. You're playing the game the way you want, and that's just fine with me. Extreme Tetris, yeah, basically. My character gets through their first story arc with their big reward, besides a couple of +1 things in a small town that gives them a 2-wheel cart and producing rations for their travels. I've had untreated hides and trophies, rotten people's bags. Travel is fun. Yeah, I totally. I do too. I do too, man. My players would hate it, but I would love it. Well, you know what? Try it. Like I don't know, because here's the thing, Vintage. I don't know how to do it well because there's so many other rules and stuff. Maybe I should like that'd be kind of a cool project. Is like releasing a guide on how to make survival fun. Like having all these different tent options, all these different cart options, cart upgrades, cart whatever, all this cool shit to like upgrade your stuff, and then have bonuses in play. Like, hey, if your players, you know, have like, okay, so if players are sleeping on the ground, it's cold, then I'll give them one sort of like level of fatigue the next day. If players are sleeping on the ground and it's cold and they're not covered, like players need to either be off the ground, in a bed, sort of like sleeping bag kind of bedroll thing, or covered. They need like 2 of those things, or a fire, depending on the environment. If it's like hot out and stuff, they just need to be like off the ground or something, right? They can just have like 1, right? But if it's like a cool forest, like they need to either have like a fire and a bedroll, or a fire and shelter, or a fire and be off the ground, or a bedroll and a shelter. Something like they need to have like some combination of that, or I'll give them like, you know, fatigue penalties so they don't have a very good night. But if it's like snowing and like frigid and stuff, well, they need to have more of that. They need to be like off the ground in a bedroll under a shelter, or in a shelter off the ground with a fire or something like that, right? But if they are doing a great job of it, like they have a great meal, you know, because they're taking like salted meats with them, and they buy ingredients from marketplaces and stuff, and they like sleep that night. Sometimes I just give them like bonuses, and I should do it more often, really. And I could like make rules and stuff for how players get bonuses. Like, you know, you feel energized. Like give like roll on a table of bonuses, of like you feel energized and you get like a survival bonus kind of thing, a comfort bonus, a wellness bonus. I don't know. We'll call it something, and be like, yeah, the next day you can get if your players do like a bunch of things to make themselves more comfortable or survive better or stronger, you give them these bonuses, like roll random charts or whatever, you know. For management system, I usually use one, but I did like basically allowed a sort of Diablo 3 style inventory. I want to, honestly, I'm working on something very similar, GM. I'm working on something very similar. So we're going to introduce town artisan mechanics and perhaps a whole artisan guild as expansion packs. I think it'd be fun, dude. Where does one sign up for D&D glamping? I'd be fun to make rules. You buy a copy, Thorkin? What do you mean, Thorkin? You're gonna. What do you mean, Thorkin? You're gonna be the one balancing it. What are you talking about? I'm just gonna write all the dumb ideas. You're gonna be the one balancing it. What are you talking about, bro? Yeah, I'm gonna hire you first. What do you mean? You buy a copy. Making sure those kind of details is the only time I get to play every other week, 34 hours of time. Comes down to what you want to do with it, the little bit of time you have. Move the story forward with RP, etc., or manage inventory. Yeah, that's definitely 100%, 100%. Which is why I don't mind when people are like, okay, man, I want to just say that we went from this town to that town. I just want to say we went from this town to that town, and the trip took us 3 days, and we all had rations, and it was a great time. And did bandits attack? No. But you're now in the next town. Okay, so the dreaded vampire count of this town has summoned thee to his castle, and everyone's like, ooh. You know, it's like, sure. Nothing against that, right? But in my personal experience and opinion, the time that you take, and remember, Mordock, this is just my perspective. Not everyone has the same sort of situation. Not everyone has the same players or the same opportunities to play or whatever. Personally, for me, I believe that those important story moments and those important story beats are better when you are in a longer campaign that you feel more immersed in. So if you remember not just going to the town to slay the vampire count, but you remember the travel there and the cool, your ranger foraged mushrooms, and you guys sat around the campfire, making a mushroom stew with some of the salted meat that you got given back in the other town from the butcher that had no coin, but you saved the town, so all the vendors gave you a little bit of, you got some bread and some whatever from everybody, right? And the party sits around the campfire and has a great time and gets to know each other a little bit better, and whatever. To me, it makes the vampire count killing more special. A lot of people don't care about that stuff. A lot of people don't give a shit. I don't disparage anybody for that. But I think that there's an interesting thing that happens when you give an opportunity for that kind of stuff. Sometimes people choose to take it, right? And so yeah, I totally understand. It's you're like, bro, we got 6 months to play D&D because Janet's flying back to Australia, and like Marcus is getting married, so we got to like get through this game. And we got one session every 2 weeks for 3 hours, right? Because 3 of us need to hire babysitters, and one of us plays Lost Ark and doesn't want to, show up to D&D or whatever. So yeah, some time is an issue, right? And then at that point, yeah, totally go slay the vampire count, go on the adventure. But if you have time, if you're not in a rush, then I think it's a cool way to play. But maybe also then, if you prefer then to, if you'd prefer to have 3 stories of killing the vampire count for every 1 story that you have of camping and then dealing with whatever and encumbrance and all that kind of stuff, fuck it. It's like how people who it's like, never disparage players who don't fucking want to RP. And never like all these RP players are like, in my game, combat's a very small part of it. We just roll combat like once or twice, here and there. But we RP, we're storytellers. We all have Critical Role t-shirts on. Ooh, it's fun. It's like great. That's a great way to play D&D. But also, I feel like there's a little bit of forgotten love for the super hardcore combat players, the dungeon crawlers, the guys who are like, this is my orc. He's a barbarian. There are many like him, but this one is mine, and they're like, and you go to the dungeon and you're like, all right, you see a big door. I'm gonna try and break it down. All right, do a strength check. Okay, you break it down. You have like a little puzzle here and there, and then it's like, oh, okay, man, you take fatal damage. Your half orc dies. What was your half orc's name? Gorth. All right, is it on your character sheet? No. All right, can you write Gorth on your character sheet so that we can kill Gorth? All right. What's your new character? All right, you guys meet a new half-orc barbarian named what? Gorth 2. Okay, fine. And it's like no RP, or no combat, or no survival. There's no wrong way to play D&D, but I think that D&D's the most fun for me when it has all of that stuff in it, right? And I think that that it's somewhat obvious to a lot of people to include RP and combat right now in D&D, or at least to include RP, right? But I think there's a missing. I want to be an advocate of that third sort of point of the triangle. You're deep in MMOs, but I think you're getting a huge kick out of Outward. It's multi-co-op RPG. There's a touch soulsy, but open world travel, and your backpack is important. It feels like you're kind of a D&D game. Outward. I don't think I've ever heard of Outward, LT. It sounds like something I'd like. Whole survival system I wrote up called Terrain Challenges. Ooh. I do like these. I like exploration. I'm not saying you're wrong. I get the point of view. I don't disagree with you. It's just priority of time for my group because we all have families and need to specifically make time for play. Yeah, exactly. Which is totally why I understand if you're like, yeah, I want 3 stories of vampire counts instead of one story of vampire count and the stories to get there. It's like, did you want 3 Lord of the Rings movies or do you only have time for 1? Right? Do you have time to watch 3 Lord of the Rings movies, or do you want to watch 1 that just has the main story beats? Ringwraith, Saruman, Gondor. That's you got time for 1 movie, bro. But yeah, it depends on what you want out of your experience. Also, like, are you eager to sign up for a 6-year game, or do you want to sign up for a 6-month game? Like, no, No one should ever play D&D with me if they want like a really fast, like, bro, I want to be level 20 in 1 year. You better get me to level 20 in 1 year, because I got a story of a sorcerer I want to tell at the highest level that has, 3 bags that all have, interdimensional whatever's in them. One of it's a giant Men in Black reference. The other is basically a Fate Stay Night anime ripoff in a vial that I need to tell the story of my sorceress. You got to get us to level 20, bro. It's like, dude, I've been playing D&D with my party for 2 years, and they are level 4. Now, they're a very slowly moving party. My other party, though, is level 5, and I've been playing D&D with them for about 6 months. So, but still, I like to live in that space of, like, time for D&D, Definitely need to more fight a weekly game instead of bi-weekly game. That's fair. That's fair. How's this island, by the way? That's a good point, Thorkin. That's a good point. Where do we want to put this island? I think I want to make it more of the... So, Thorkin, if we're doing concept art for this island, I think I want it to be a very high up, like at least above the cloud territory. I want it to be above the cloud territory so we get the sunshine, blue skies, fluffy clouds, that kind of vista. That's where I want to go. That's where I want to go with this. So I think we need to make it higher up. So it's not like deep into the clouds or whatever. Maybe like it'd be kind of cool if it was like sort of on, like floating on the cloud surface as well. But yeah, okay. So from a mechanical standpoint, in that doing that survival storytelling, it would make sense for me to put like the town on one side of the island, and put the thing on the other side, right? But I think we'll put it central, and we'll just describe it as like, to where you're going, it's like the better part of a day's walk. And we're not going to have horses. There's no way someone's going to have a horse. If the party really wants to try and afford horses or a cart, they can do so. That means they don't spend time surviving in the wild. All good, man. They can get there and back. Well, maybe not a cart, because a cart isn't exactly a fast transportation. I feel loving it seeing play solo, and you can invite your friends. It's called Outward L2. I'm actually gonna look that up. Yeah, for real. 5 years in the one survivor game. Yeah, I agree more. Like 5 years doesn't do a very good job at pushing that type of gameplay, but I feel like that's why I kind of want to be a representative of it. If anyone cares, J Fallen Order is 80% off on Steam, 10% for Deluxe Edition, or $10 for Deluxe Edition. That's pretty good, actually. I was thinking of playing Fallen Order on PC, Guapo, because Fallen Order on my PS4 kind of sucks. Like, it's more loading time than it is game. Boreal climate. Okay, so Thorkin, this is a question that I don't have an answer to yet. How do you climate when you have all of these floating islands? Like, how does climate work here? Like what? So like, you'll notice there's palm trees all over here, right? There's palm trees all over here. North of this is the Lem Ashir Desert. Mesherhet down here and Alma and Alastraket are like deserty kind of, tropically kind of towns. But I feel like I want, as you go further down into the Shattered Sea, I want it to feel more like sort of our old English Lovecraftian Cthulhian myth, kind of that like dark forest, spooky pines, kind of dead trees and rainy, depressing, like anywhere else in England. I'm kidding. Jesus, God, I'm sorry. Your country's weather sucks. It's not my fault. It's not your fault either. But yeah, I like that idea of there being kind of that like spooky, kind of dark feeling when you go to those really low islands. But I would kind of like most of these islands to be, is there a place in the world where you can have both a palm tree and a pine very close to each other? That isn't California. California doesn't count. because we can't afford to base our game off of California. All right, the taxes are too high. Okay, we can't base any of our climate off California. We're trying to get away from the taxes. You know. So would it make sense though? Okay, here's my basic idea. The height of the island would basically determine the climate, right? As you're super far down and it's just like rainy and dreary and you never see the sun. It's like those dark pines and that kind of vibe. As you're more in sort of the upper area, it's more of the, you know, at a certain point, it's like especially if you're like close to the edges of the Shattered Sea, it's tropical and there's palm trees and tiki bars and toucans and shit. Why? Because I like toucans. Shut up. And then as you go a little bit higher, you get the more boreal climate. And I did have an idea for these remember we talked about some of these paladin orders in the Shattered Sea. Imagine this like sort of paladin order that is super high up, so the air is super thin, the trees are like it's always snowing there. You know, it's like at the top of the mountain basically. And everyone's wearing like these like fur coats and they got frost on them and shit, and they live up there in that harsh sort of area. Right, which is kind of funny because you want your island to be high up because status, but you don't want your island to be too high up because the weather, right? What if we like starting beyond from Kingdom Hearts? Garthen, I've never played through Kingdom Hearts. I skipped it. Elle was a big Kingdom Hearts fan, and I asked her to summarize whether or not it was worth it, and she said, I don't know, bro. And I said, okay. Australian Sea, yeah, thank you, L2. It's challenging in a way I hadn't experienced before. Really, is it new? Like what? This is the first time I've heard about it. Yeah. Is it new out or? Except for the ocean bits by the sides, yeah. Cobalt knows. Imagine islands, especially those near the edge of the abyss, would be hot and humid. Yes, I think so. Okay, what's up, Vass? You wanna have your character come from a dark, spooky, depressing island, somewhere in the sunken, shattered sea that's half buried in the abyss, where abyssal horrors crawl out of the abyssal maw into the city to terrorize and steal children, which has created some sort of a cult-like church, in which your character was a member from, where creepy girls in colonial dresses stand holding hands at the end of long hallways, and scruff old men with one eye missing and a pipe in their mouth grumble at the thoughts of outsiders. Is that what you want, Vass? Is this the fantasy you wanted in D&D? Because I will provide. Okay. Elevation will affect hot or cold climates, so you can place whether elevation you'd like to get the correct climate. Yes. So yeah, Thorgan, this is an interesting. So I want Grand Crest to feel like Italy or Spain. I want there to be I want to be fairly warm all year, fairly temperate. I want there to be great farmlands around, like, these islands around Grand Crest all support the city. All these small towns, this is all farmland around here, basically. All this on these islands, all beautiful, verdant farmland, vineyards, whatever. And so I kind of want like a Mediterranean feel. I want that, like, those vibes. I want it to be warm and beautiful, and I want there to be palm trees, but also, like, our large redwoods and whatever and stuff. Fuck it, we're fantasying it away. so Stormtrooper. All right, Mordog, I appreciate it. Look, thank you, buddy. Give all response. First Kingdom Hearts is good. That kind of loses his mind. I asked her to summarize it for me, and she had a stroke, so it seems like it's not worth it. This is 21. Wait, so it's 3 years old. That's so weird. Boxer, I've literally never heard of this game until today. I don't think, anyway. The things stay relatively similar is humidity, which, considering there is a desert above, I'd probably go to be a mixture of very dry and very humid the more south you go. Yeah. Yes. I think the further south you go, I think south of Grand Crest, because we haven't defined this yet. If we go to get our world map real quick, I know we're going to get in the town just real quick here. If we go to our world map, south of the Shattered Sea, we have this big desert, right, between these two areas, right? the Lemashire Desert. We have a coastline, which who the fuck cares what's going on there. We have more desert and wildlands that gets a little bit more temperate, a little more savanna-y until it gets up to here, and this is just Canada at this point. So I was thinking about doing south here, doing like kind of like maybe like rainforests and stuff, and like also doing like kind of rainforests and tropical stuff. Like maybe just making this entire sort of thing here like tropical, right? And that kind of vibe. I don't know. Yeah, because like right here, this is like our Red Spice Sea. This is like very much our Caribbean Sea, our pirate infested, warm weather, beaches, islands. So we don't need to be super correct on climate. There's a lot of weird shit that happens in the world. A lot of weird, like, it's not like, oh, well, the further north you go, it has to be colder, and then the further south you go, it has to be colder. So if you have like this and that and whatever, like we don't need to have an exact model none of us in this chat are smart enough to be able to design a climate that works perfectly. So we can just do our best. And then if things are different and weird, then, you know, whatever. Who cares, right? Like our Asterian Valley. Our Asterian Valley is like our warm Okanagan Valley. For those who are Canadian, know what the Okanagan Valley is. And if you're an American, you don't know what the Okanagan Valley is, don't worry about it. Forget I said anything. Please do not discover it. It is literally the only place in Canada that's our best kept secret. Shit, I'm going to get a letter from Justin now. Because I talked about the Okanagan Valley on stream, aren't I? Fuck. Whatever. Is it beautiful and whatever because it's got that perfect mountain valley kind of thing that all those kind of best climate for wine and all this kind of stuff because of its whatever, or is it close to a ley line or some life magic or some shit, you know? I don't know, dude. We'll figure it out. The thing I would say relatively okay, all right. Caught up there. Bastard would tame the abyssal beast and have him do her bidding. We're going to make Vass a villain in the world at some point, aren't we? Considering they move, you can throw all the window if you like. Kind of, yeah. Thank you, Boxing Foxing, for the follow. I appreciate it. Thank you. What's up, Gabby? Good to see you. Exactly what I want. All right. All right, Vass. Vass, I will consult you. Okay? You know what I should do? I should straight up, I should just hire Vass to do all the art and whatever for this island. Be like, it's a spooky island. It's half sunk into a brine pool. What else? What more do you want? These islands, all kinds of climate, have Jungle Island sits in a sweet spot for hot and humid and rainy. Move higher up and you find one that's super rainy, exposed to sun all day. I think I'm overthinking Cobalt. I think you're right. I think we just do cool islands in different places. And like, yeah, this island's like hot and humid and whatever. This island's like a little bit colder and rainy. Islands in this area are going to be drier, but you can still have like desert and like, you know, non-desert and whatever, right? I made it aware of Outward because my friend told me about it. Love the maps. Dude, I appreciate that. Thank you. Hortons do Tim giveaway. That's Canada. Yeah, that's right. You got it. Orc, Florida. Yeah, we do have Orc, Florida. That's true. That's true, man. I forgot about Orc, Florida. That's true. We all have also Orc Orlando with Orc Disney World. Yeah, you're right. Magic Rule is from it? Yeah. That's where we need to go, I think. They'll go to Columbia and leave us alone. Yeah, all right. That's fair. They're not gonna fly up to the Okanagan Valley. They have to drive to get there. So that's the only reason why it's probably undiscovered still. Is they have to drive to get there. I don't think there's many flights into Kelowna. It doesn't have a climate that works properly for the chat trying to do one. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Depending on ocean currents, which considering Orc, Florida, would probably be, if you'd like, rainforest, some quick math, but it holds up. Perfect. As long as nothing seems weird. Like, as long as our general sort of, like, we've got ice caps. Our ice caps are up here and shit. And so, this place is, like, very cold. And this place is, like, pretty cold. But this place isn't cold. But this place can get cold. And this place is, you know, like, general, vague ideas. And I think we're good. I don't think I need to worry about specifics or anything, right? Yeah, it's a farmer. Good to see you, man. Hasselgun Island. So Vass, you know how the abyss works, right? Where's our little? Yeah, this is our guide actually. So in case anyone was wondering for their Shattered Sea, this is actually how the Shattered Sea works. This is our visual guide. Okay? You got floating islands on here. You got floating cities. Some cities are floating higher. Some cities are floating lower. The cloud line, there's like obviously clouds in the sky like up here and shit, right? But there is this sort of line of like where the clouds get a little more dense. And so as your islands go further down, there's more cloud coverage. Not just from these clouds, but now you also got cloud coverage from these ones, right? So you have some islands that are like floating in and above these like big white fluffy clouds, right? But then you have some islands that see this dark swirling abyss, right? And so below the abyss, no one knows what there is. No one knows. Well, they know what there is. There's krakens and tentacles and shit. But the inspiration is brine pools. If you've never seen what a brine pool looks like, brine pools are terrifying. Brine pools are these areas of sort of compact salt water deep in the ocean that are so highly salty that almost nothing can survive in it. And anything that does go in it pretty much dies immediately and then gets petrified. Or not petrified. Preserved or whatever, right? So, like, you can see everything that sticks out of the brine pool is, like, yellow. And everything that's in the brine pool is, like, creepy blue. So animals, like, crawl in there, die, and then last, and, like, just are preserved for, like, forever, basically, right? Some creatures can go into the brine pools and come out very briefly, like some eels. But a lot of times, yeah, nothing can really go in there except a couple of very specific creatures. But I like the idea that it's this sort of like hazy kind of like, you see this like eel just like, you know, eeling along. Like, this is a really cool picture. The brine pool like acts differently. It's got like a different like consistency, right? It kind of looks like wavy clouds. So imagine this is kind of at the bottom of the Shattered Sea, right? You have fantasy brine pools. So you'd have like an island basically that is like half sunk, and it's like sort of half in that brine pool kind of whatever, but everyone who lives on the island is still like too poor or too whatever. Like, a question that's kind of interesting is who lives on these low islands. You find a lot of people who want to get away from, you know, who have some reason to be away from society live down here, whether they're doing macabre or strange experiments and they want to be away from the eyes of, you know, paladins and whatever. Or if you have criminals trying to flee from things, or people with, you know, whatever reason anyone has for being in one of the most dangerous places in the world, close to the abyss, right? Because at any point in time, a big tentacle could come up and just like wrap it around and pull the entire island down. But yeah, that's kind of the vibe of what the abyss is like. And so if we had an island that was half sunk into the abyss, that'd be kind of cool. That'd be kind of cool. It would definitely be spooky. You basically would hardly ever see the sun down there, probably. Okay, so we don't need to worry about our climate. This place is going to be a little more temperate, a little more, you know, oak trees and that kind of stuff. Maybe let's not. Well, do you guys think it's more fun to start in a traditional sort of D&D-y English forest, or it'd be fun to start in somewhere a little more tropical? What do you think? So you just find plenty of different microclimates in the islands. Floating island, water blobs, plus... Oh, I forgot about this. I forgot about the oceans, the flowing seas. Fuck. You're right. I forgot about those ones, Cobalt. Shit. You'll drown us raining on purpose. Yeah, no creature besides Rikishi the Ancient and Vasily Enter can go beneath the abyss. You fly into Banff and just go from there. I guess they're out of state to Banff too. Well, you can't fly into Banff. Banff doesn't have an airport, does it? Everyone flies into Calgary, drives through Canmore, into Banff, then either goes to Jasper or Kelowna or whatever. I feel like the islands down below the mist would be perfect for fungi to grow. Big old mushrooms, maybe the staple food. Yeah, no, so I was actually thinking, like, also cool, they'd have, like, bioluminescence. So you go down, they'd be these, like, dark forests, but they'd be, like, have these kind of haunting, creepy glows from all these, like, you know, big mushroom trees and stuff. Zanger Marsh style. I don't know, man. God, I wish we could write out all this lore. I wish I could write all this out, and I have the time to do all of it, and I could collect my thoughts in the moment to write out all this stuff and just, like, add to it. Different types of islands, you know? I need a way to organize my lore. What I need to hide. Here's what we need to do. We need to hit a new sub goal so I can hire a writer. Somebody who just listens to me talk about shit on stream and every once in a while is like, oh, New World Anvil article. All right, we're talking about the abyss. All right, cool. I'll write it up. Hey, Evan, here's all the articles that I wrote from your stream. Perfect. We'll add to them. Perfect. Perfect. You know? Shit. Shit, dude. All right. All right. It's okay. Tropical? Tropical sounds fun? Okay. What is like, okay. A tropical forest is a jungle. How do we have a more sort of like normal or recognizable survival experience without it having deep, dense jungle? Or we just have the jungle. And fuck it. We have like toucans and shit. And I just go full tiki on this. Go full ham elsewhere. I started mine on the docks of Babylon-inspired city that looked for a ship to go to a more European place. Interesting. Been tropical a lot lately, so I vote for Canadian climate. You want to vote for Canadian climate? Bro, there's snow on the ground. Yeah, what do you mean, Thorkin? There's literally snow on the ground right now. I can literally see snow. It's on the trees. It melted off the trees. But there's literally snow on the ground. Scott here, Evan is talking like he's in my head. Wait, what? I smiles my world with weird things and secrets, brine pools, and underwater rivers. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. I see. I see. A man of culture as well, Farmer. I go to the Abyss's Cannon. All right, Vass. Vass, there's only one creature. Okay. So of all the things that go into the Abyss, nothing comes back, ever. But every once in a while, you can see into the Abyss in two ways. There's a large maelstrom, which if you fly too close to it, will pull you into the Abyss. Okay? So be careful. Be careful of the maelstrom. Don't go too close to it. But you can see into the Abyss. And so if you fly high enough over the maelstrom and you look down, sometimes you see strange lights or writhing shadows beneath the surface. Those who fly down into the clouds on a clear day, though, elsewhere in the Shattered Sea, sometimes say that they can see island-sized roots stretching for what feels like kilometers. Are they roots? They're a little windy to be roots, but who knows? Who knows? The other thing, the only other way they have of recording the Abyss is this large giant turtle that flies around that has mountains on his back and a temple. He's known as Rikishi the Ancient. He flies through the Shattered Sea, peacefully, gliding through it. Once or twice a year, though, he dives into the Abyss. Random locations. He dives into the Abyss and is gone for a few days, a week, and pops up somewhere else in the Shattered Sea. Some say that Rikishi the Ancient goes down there to feed, and the only creatures the Rikishi can feed on are the large kraken and abyssal horrors the Rikishi feeds on. So if someone wanted to go down to the Abyss and survive, maybe beseeching the great turtle Rikishi might be a way. I don't know, man. It's your story. It's your D&D game, man, not mine. Simple prize, crowdsource a piece of lore. Yeah, there we go, dude. There we go. I thought it was World Anvil pitch. I mean, dude, I don't need to do any more World Anvil pitches. Come on, man. I do a World Anvil pitch like twice a week. Naturally pale and sensitive to sunlight. Yes. That's where we're going. That's where we're going. Artificially, Catherine. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. And hello to you. I'm sorry, I'm behind chat right now. I'm behind, so I didn't say hi to you yet. But thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Seriously. I think it depends on how long they've been down there. It takes quite a few, or a while for those changes generations. But Cobalt, what if there's something sinister going on? What if there's a force that drains one's life from their skin? Begins to morph and strangely corrupt those who are close to the Abyss. Or those who consume creatures of the Abyss. Because let's face it, people do what's called as we can make an article for this right now. Abyssal fishing. Which, if you are close to the Abyss, there is the Abyss. You don't go past here. Past here, there's like tentacles and spikes and like taxes and stuff. Like all scary shit down here. All right? There's not good stuff beneath the Abyss. And what these ships do is these ships will fly close to the Abyss. right? And what they'll do is they'll drop giant nets into the abyss, right? Giant nets for a couple reasons. What they catch in these nets are they catch sky crystals that are on their way up. Because don't forget, sky crystals are always being formed. New sky crystals are constantly being formed at the bottom of the abyss. So every once in a while, enough sky crystals gather onto a piece of land, and that piece of land shoots up from the abyss with a bunch of crystals on it. Now, some people will claim the land and begin to build shit on it. But more times than not, miners will actually begin to like mine out the crystals on the island, or on the chunk of rock. And so as it raises and it like is floating up to where it would sort of stay, miners are slowly mining it, and then it begins to sink. And they need to all be gone before it sinks back into the abyss. But of course, some daring miners who are desperate might mine it even while it is half sitting in the abyss as it's slowly sinking. But sometimes contact with the abyss leads to strange creatures crawling from the abyss. It's a very dangerous job. It's for only those who are desperate. The large mining guilds would never mine a large piece of rock that is even anywhere near the abyss. So it has to float up, and then a miners guild takes, a stake or a claim on it or whatever, pays the local government. But then after they are willing to abandon it, when it's like close to floating down, there's still crystals on there. That's when you get scavengers. Small, like kind of non-sanctioned illegal mining operations to go pick at it before it floats all the way down, right? Now, abyssal fissures. Why would they do that? Because there are small chunks of sky shards that float up, which, lots of people go just like fishing through the sky, for various things, right? They'll drag these big nets to collect sky shards and all sorts of shit, right? Abyssal fishers will drag these nets to collect these like small rocks because they're, full of valuable sky shards. They'll also collect these strange abyssal fish. They're these horrific, twisted, disgusting creatures. But when you live on one of these islands that's, connected to the abyss, what else are you going to eat? So maybe consuming these creatures does something to you. I don't know, man. That's a story for exploration at some point in time in this world. Once we get a little more done, there's gonna be the abysses. That's why I'm very kind of I don't talk a lot about what or how the abyss is or what goes on down there, because that's gonna be a very close thing that is like a very if we play through the first couple adventures, we write and play through the adventures, you guys will know what's down there. You see the abyss creatures. I have some concept art for them, Vass. Yeah, I have some concept art for them somewhere. We anchor it and mine the whole thing with larger ships. So that's how a lot of times that's what large mining guilds will do. Is they will grab onto a island with like ships that have a lot of sky shards on them and just hang it, and then they'll mine it out clean, and then they'll just drop it. This massive chunk of land, like the size of a small town or whatever, just plummets into the abyss. Yeah, for real. Although there are some stories that if you drop something too hard into the abyss, you don't want to upset things, right? And taxes, that's horrendous. Tentacles and death for me, please. Yeah, you're right, man. I should have we were all having fun. I don't want it to be too grotesque or graphic or anything or whatever on stream when it comes to horror and things like that, and violence and sexuality in D&D. I'd like to leave a lot to the imagination. So I probably should have left it with horrendous abyssal monstrosities. And I think I went too far when I said taxes. I'm sorry, guys. I didn't mean to upset anyone. Okay? I should have just left it to the imagination when I said horrors. If you wanted to think about terrors and things like that, and if taxes was part of that, and T4s, then that's great. But if not, that's my bad, man. I went too far. You're right. I went too far. Certain lands float too far and crash land outside the Shadowed Sea. Could be an interesting concept for higher up to hire miners to land safely. That's cool. I like that idea. I hadn't really thought about what happens if islands float out of the Shadowed Sea. Sky shards do still work outside the Shadowed Sea. You need a lot of them to power an airship. Like you need to have like a big giant airship boat, let's just say, you need to have like a sky shard that's maybe the size of like a garbage bin or something like that. Like a pretty big sky shard. But to power that ship outside the Shattered Sea, so it could still fly in the rest of Teleria, you would need like 25 of those, you know? So like sky shards, I described it, so the players got a sky shard. They got their first sky shard. And they're not in the Shattered Sea yet. They pulled it out of the heart of an Eldritch monstrosity. And it's a pretty big shard, but it's like pretty light. They notice when they toss it up in the air, it feels like it should be kind of heavy, and it doesn't float down or whatever. They toss it up in the air, and it kind of like it's just like, that's interesting, you know? It's that kind of thing, right? So outside the Shattered Sea, so yeah, I guess islands would like begin to slowly just fall down as they get closer or further away from the Shattered Sea. That's kind of cool. That'd be cool. That'd be figuring out how mining would work in the Shattered Sea like that, and all the kind of cool stuff they could do. That'd be kind of a fun. I don't know. Some fun writing to do. The large abyss creatures sometimes reach up through the clouded layer, like the monsters at the end of the Cloverfield paradox. I have not seen Cloverfield, but yeah, occasionally an island that's close to the abyssal shelf, just a giant tentacle reaches up and just grabs it. That's also very like one of the dangers of abyssal fishing is if you're close enough to drop a net, sometimes your net gets snagged. And among the abyssal fishers, the rule is if your net ever hits a snag, you let it go. But even the most safe abyssal fishers still risk sometimes a large tentacle reaching up and just pulling you down. Does the consortium have a group of folks that are essentially enslaved as they couldn't pay up their use, and they use them as miners for their dangerous jobs because they don't really care? Yes. So specifically Cobalt, the story of the consortium and the abyss and all that kind of stuff, and sky shards and the Shattered Sea, that is all the first like sort of stories in Eldara that we're gonna tell. So yeah, you're on the right track. Vass, you've seen the abyssal, the Eldritch monstrosities. I didn't do any of the abyssal creatures, but I have Eldritch monstrosities. Hold on, let me take a very quick. Oh. Where did the abyssal turtle come from? Damn it. This is not what I asked for. I asked for Eldritch monstrosities, not eye-covered mod tentacled turtles. Okay? God damn it. Was it in Sky Knights? Oh, yeah. So this is some very early ideas for some of the... Okay, so one of the things that has happened recently is creatures that are humanoid have begun emerging from the abyss. That's like kind of a spoiler for the first adventure, but that's like, it's pretty early on, so it's not that big of a deal. But the Eldritch monstrosities that look humanoid, and they're like, what is that? Normally when things come up from the abyss, they're these horrible little fish monsters or tentacled horrors or something. They're not like these like weird priest-like looking, you know, horrific somethings, you know. But these are the ones that we did some there's more of it obviously, but these were not this guy. This guy was he doesn't count, or like Cthulhu, whatever. But yeah, these guys were some of the early ones with yes, flesh robes. Broad Strike, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Thank you. Welcome. So taxed us, haven't done that? Yeah, me either. Yeah, straight up either. Sky Shard weapons? Oh, thanks, Ella. Yeah. Yeah, for real, dude. Sky Shard weapons are actually a thing. Thorkin. Armor Sky Shard's embedded in it, make it lighter, easier to move. So yeah, so actually, Dimble, our cleric, literally just bought a shield with the intent of when they get to the Shattered Sea, he's gonna... It was socketed, basically, with gems. When he gets to the Shattered Sea, he's going to... Oh, no, it has Sky Shards in it. Wait, what am I saying? Sorry, Ella was going to do something with her armor when she gets to the Shattered Sea to make it lighter. But Dimble literally has a shield that has Sky Shards embedded in it, and so it's lighter to use. But also, it can float on water. And in the Shattered Sea, supposedly, it'll be able to, like, float. Just, like, float, you know? So... Imagine finding a normal old ship hanging on the side of a mountain, because when the whole Shattered Sea blew up, it was hanging on an island that crash landed into said mountain. Yeah. That was a long time ago in the story, but I want to do all sorts of like old, mysterious kind of adventuring from the before the Shadow Sea exploded. You know. Okay, I am going to really quick go grab a refill of my water, and when we get back, we're gonna start the map on this. Okay, we're gonna start mapping the town out. So we're gonna need ideas for inns, the names of places. I'm need a whole list. So I actually do need a lot of help for this because I'm gonna forget a bunch of stuff. I need to know everything we kind of need in a starting town for D&D, and the reason I'm actually gonna need a lot of help, if you guys are willing, is because I am going to be thinking of my experience. I'm like, oh, well, I would put a magic tower. I'd put this, I'd put that. But I want enough stuff in there that feels like a lot, like everyone can kind of relate. And we'll see what things we can kind of like mix and whatever, and like maybe like take two things and merge them together. But I want to like make a list of everything that people kind of want out of the starting town. So this is gonna be a lot of fun. I'm actually really excited for this. So I will be right back, and I'm gonna return the first town. Okay, we're back. We're back. We've returned. It is time. So, we have a town to make. Our first starting town. Village. City. Our humble beginnings. This is where our players will first enter the world. And I don't mean first enter the world as in like this is their backstory, this is whatever. This is the first time you get off the boat. The cutscene ends. Thank you, Bluff. Appreciate it. The cutscene ends, the opening story, whatever, the prologue begins. Thank you, Thorkin. This is where we start. So we're going to do a town inside of a bay. We're going to have... The story is, for this town, we need to figure out a name for it. I kind of want the name to be something that's like a word that means something. Like prosperity, right? Like calling this town Prosperity something. It's a fairly new town. It's not like brand new. It's not like, you know, they're still building it. It's been newly established. They are still sort of building, I guess, but it's not like the most things that are necessary are there. The story is, this island was recently built, had recently surfaced from the abyss. And a local lord has purchased the island. So you can do this. The Grand Crest sort of syndicate allows for the purchase of these islands, where there's this mining claims and stakes, or they sometimes, because they're trying to grow Shattered Sea, they will give a discount or subsidies or whatever to those who are willing to frontier and to, you know, populate the island, to start and establish a local village or whatever. Sometimes they will take local, you know, they'll like buy the island as a guild or whatever, as a syndicate, and appoint somebody to like start a town there. So the way that islands organize can either be via sort of a corporation type thing or a loose monarchy, right? You can have lords and barons and whatever and those kind of noble titles, or you can have like overseers and mayors and adjutants and all that kind of stuff. This one, I kind of want to do the local lord. Okay, so we need to figure out 1, what is our local lord or lady? 2, what is this place called? And 3, why? I think the why of it is that a lot of these sort of like, basically the rule is, if anything surfaces with runes on it, you are not allowed to mine it. Now, mining companies will still mine it. Why? Because miners be miners, man. You know, they're gonna go into the far side of the island. They're going to build a small little base into the side of it, carve it into it. They're gonna put up racks and racks and racks of 3090s and just start mining Ethereum. Right? Miners be miners, man. They're just gonna get in there, you know? So, perhaps our local lord is there to protect the island. Maybe for larger islands with runes on them, they want to dispatch a local protector, somebody with the purpose of like, hey, build a town on here, establish it, create a town guard, town watch, and just, you know, part of that is grow food and people and all these other things and population and culture and do what towns do, but also make sure the runes from the old Shattered Sea don't get mined out and then the entire island falls down into the abyss again, right? So there should be some sort of like chief researcher or some sort of archaeologist guild or some presence from a larger archaeologist's interest here as well. I also like the idea of this place being sort of a hub, like a hub for other islands around it, right? So the vibe is a bunch of these sort of rock clusters with different runes are merged up. They decide to colonize one and protect the runes at the same time having a hub for all these different adventurers, right? So how do we get like trees and shit? Because when these chunks of land float up, they're just like, they're either existing islands that are like already dead, or they're just chunks of rock, basically. I think what we do is we say that there's some sort of like, the first thing to do to colonize one of these islands is they have some kind of druid circle or natural magic, or some group ritually cast some sort of life-giving spell that makes the soil, you know, whatever, soilable. I don't know what the word is. I don't know what the word for good soil is, or the verb or whatever. It makes the soil whatever, farmable, growable, that kind of shit, and it kind of terraforms the island and grows trees and forests and things like that all sprouts up over maybe a couple years. Okay, the first, yeah, fertile. There you go. Thank you all too. The first sort of part of this is they dispatch somebody to investigate the ruins. Then they dispatch people to bring life and fertility to the forests and trees and whatever, and then animals begin to settle in, and then there's an ecosystem. Then animals are maybe brought in to whatever and be able to be hunted later, and you know, and sustain the island. So that's already all happened. So the island probably like emerged, let's say like 5 years ago. And the first 2 years was just like some small research camps, a very small town being built, and this like whatever, these people like bring this island to life. Well, now the island is alive. Whatever magics they used to bring the island to life, they have brought the island to life. So it is now beautiful and rich and vibrant and verdant. There are creatures that have settled onto it, hostile predators and whatever have been attracted to it. There's all sorts of stuff. It's great. It's beautiful. So it's one of the most exciting new places in all the Shattered Sea to go adventuring. They have lots of work to do as well. Like, you know, oh, these runes on this little floating island are overrun with like gorn crabs. So could you please go cull the population of gorn crabs so that our researchers can go and excavate the runes? And also then everyone's gonna have a delicious dinner or something, you know. But there's like, I want there to be hubs of places around, so there needs to be a very large dock kind of thing for people to be coming and going from not only big islands but also to the small little islands, right? You know, 2 inns, 1 is warmer and travelers go to there often. 1 is more for the tradespeople. They go to the source of the town's income, minus fishermen, etc. It's more gruff and fun in its own way. Leatherworker, blacksmith, the shipbuilder. Oh, shipbuilder. Oh, see, that's some 5-head shit. I wouldn't have put a shipwright on there. You're absolutely right. That's so 5-head to put like a massive like ship. Oh shit. Okay, like a big like sort of building where you could build ships. Yeah. Okay. Fish market in town, a center where a council's held, but also the infirmary and barracks for the town's militia. God damn, this is easy mode. Had to for a moment, had to talk to someone for something important. Anyways, welcome back, Catherine. Good to see you. Here's vast, a fountain just dedicated to the Lord in the middle of the town, currently being built. Could be a good place to start for flavor stuff. It indicates the place is old enough that they have time to think about that kind of stuff, but new enough there's still statues that isn't built. Oh, that's cool. Yeah. Or it could be like, maybe like there's a big block of stone that they put there, and like part of describing it is like, yeah, some artisan is like carving out, like while you're in the town, there's some artist, you know, some artist just carving it, you know, just sitting on like some sort of he's got like an orb that he's like live scrying into it. And there's people all watching him like make carvings and stuff, and they're like, "Lol, put extra belts on the Lord, lol, tech W's," and he's like, "Ah, man, dude, okay, come on, dude, what are you talking about, chat?" And they're like, "Who the fuck's chat? Oh, I'm just scrying to, you know, like 15 people right now, or whatever." See the life magic are deposited on the island as they pass through the cloud layer. That'd be kind of cool. Maybe activated by druids. There's some natural stuff in there then, right? Spell for that in the druid spell list. Is there actually? Is it like what? Okay, how high level is that? Like not even kidding, because this could be a problem because high level characters are rarer in this world, right? Like we're talking about Ella being like, or like not Ella. We're talking about Yurna being maybe one of the most powerful sorceresses in the world. She's level 14. So Is this like a level 20 shit, or is this like level like 12 stuff? There's mages guild somewhere on the island, but they're filled with descendants of well-meaning and chaotic mad scientists, magic peeps. Maybe there's some like experimental research type thing. Some reason that would attract those who are interested in the arcane arts. Because here's the thing, Catherine, that fits really well. Because the old runes would be this old magic civilization. Now, this civilization, one of the cool things about them is that they were very, very magically advanced. They had spellcasting ability that no one has access to anymore. This is also what led them to basically blowing themselves up and killing their entire civilization. So, a small side piece of the story is that the old legion of Sky Knights that were basically the protector to the island. They weren't Sky Knights. They're just knights. Where's our Sky Knights? The old legion of knights and basically the fighters, they were gone when the area exploded. So the army was basically missing. They were off on some foreign campaign doing some shit. Who cares? When the Shadow Sea exploded, so they came back. And basically their entire, like, everything they had was gone. Their families were mostly dead. Their cities were mostly all gone, right? They had nothing. They come back. And so a lot of them, they kind of broke up at that point in time. Because they're like, well, we're an army. We're like an army for a nation that isn't there. We serve a ruler who's gone, right? There's not even a land to return to. So some of them left and said, we're going elsewhere in the world. We're just going to go try and pick up and go do whatever. Some of them became private armies and joined other whatever. Some of them decided they were going to keep their they were like, well, there's some people left and we're going to protect them. There's some people left, like probably like 80 to 90% of the population was wiped out during this big explosion, right? But there were still some people left around. They're like, okay, well, we're going to go try and rebuild. So the Sky Knights helped protect from the various threats of the Shattered Sea and helped rebuild the Shattered Sea in a lot of ways. But those who were considered basically like the special forces, like not the non sort of regular soldiers, but like the knights, the high-end knights, the officers, they took the charge to say, our knowledge was too dangerous. We fight with spear and shield, but while our lords and aristocrats and mage lords would create spells and try and they couldn't handle the power, and look what happened. They blew it. Like, our knowledge was too powerful. So it was part of their charge to destroy all instances of those old magic spells. All of them. They wanted to destroy everything, all the lost knowledge. They were like, this is not, the world does not need this. Right? They destroyed all the instances of their lost magics, except they had two problems. One was ruined copies of things that were like stone tablets in ruins and stuff like that. Those they couldn't destroy. So that's why now, hundreds of years later, or maybe at this point thousands of years later, when ruins raise back up, people are like very interested to see what kind of magic spell casting stuff is in there. So it kind of blends our mages and our archaeologists into one group. Now there is sort of a small sub-story here of there were some stone tablets and some things that could not be destroyed, literally, because they destroyed the magic that would tell how to destroy these tablets that were basically immortal blocks of stone with glowing spell runes on them. So this group, without getting spoilery for a story we can tell at some point in time in the game, they took these stone tablets and hid them away somewhere in a secret order that's persisted through the ages till today. So we could have our archaeologists be sort of in the same realm as mages and try and restore some of this old knowledge. It could be a big debate, honestly. Like what should we even restore this old knowledge? All right, let's make this town map. Let's start off. We're gonna start with a super rough idea. So we have a basic idea of what we want. We have a large island. Okay. We'll shape this all out better stuff as we go. We have a large island and a bay. And in that bay, we have our town. So we need to have... Our town map needs to sort of be... Like, I'm imagining docks and stuff like that all along the edge. I'm imagining some floating buildings. Like, there could be an entire district or whatever of, like, floating buildings, you know? That kind of thing. Same thing down here. More docks to the port. Maybe some large buildings for, like, shipwrights and things like that. We're just gonna do a very, very loose, very messy sketches at the beginning here, and then we're gonna refine it as we go, as we get some information. So the center of the town I want to do on the mainland. It's kind of like I want to say they actually dragged the island over. They like dragged this small chunk when they need to expand. They're like, we can expand out, but let's just instead maybe drag a chunk of that chunk of rock that was maybe like, you know, over here. They just like dragged it in. Or something, you know? So we'd have the center of the town. So center of the town, we're going to have our town statue being built, right? With our fountain. Whatever. And we'll make it some, like, grand sort of... I don't know. Something. From there, we want to have our... I want to have our main inn be... Basically, these buildings are not... This town is going to have, like, maybe 1 or 2 main roads of, like, stacked buildings. But for the most part, everything's going to kind of be mostly just, like, standalone buildings. We're going to have a main road that goes through the town like this. Of like stacked clumped buildings, and then everything around it's going to be like sort of more like neighborhood type whatever kind of stuff. So on our main road here, we want to have our main, or no, so this will be our, this right beside the town hall will be our, or this right beside the center will be our town hall. I want to do a town hall and the Lord's Keep, or maybe the Lord's Mansion. You know what? Lord's Keep. Castles are cool. So we're doing that. Venture Guild of specialized divers who scout the deeper ends of the Shattered Sea in search of treasures. Islands potentially raised for more livable lands. Oh shit, that's really cool. They're like a single charge floating spell to get them back to the ship, perhaps in a spare case of emergencies. Yeah, what happened? How do people prevent falling? That's like a big thing that I thought about, right? Is there like an emergency thing that people can have, like a spell stone they can like crush or something that like cause them to float for like an hour or something, you know? And read the book series, Helldivers. Last of the world population lives on 2 sloughing airships that dive through or down to the earth in search of supplies that have to be extracted before the monsters get them. I've never heard of that, but that sounds metal as fuck. I like that. And the buildings are staked to the ground like tents. They don't float away. The buildings don't have sky shards in them. What are you talking about? What do you mean, dude? I make a world of my own, and I'm not sure where to start, to be honest. I would say start with... Okay, this is how I start. I don't know if this is the best way to do it, Catherine, but this is the way that I did it. I started the idea of us having a small story in a small area. We started with one forest, 2 bigger cities, a couple of small towns, and adventures. At this point, I knew that there was something north, that there was a lot of land north, and that there was a greater world. And so as the players were playing in this area, it gave me time where they were asking questions like, what's over here? What's there? What's that way? What's this way? You know? And those questions started to build a fuzzy picture of the world, which kind of is what this world map is. This world map is that fuzzy picture. It was a very low res, low detailed image of the world. Like when I first started this, I didn't even know the Shattered Sea existed. I didn't even think of this. This whole shit, all the Shattered Sea stuff, which we're building right now, was all secondary when I was like, I want something cool that's like down past the Relic Coast. Let's do like a sea of clouds, like a cloud ocean. It'll be cool. I thought it was gonna be like a cool thing to just like talk about in the world, but I didn't think it'd be a place that we'd actually build out, right? So after that, I started making maps. We started off with the very first map of Stonemark, which is what this one was. The second map I made was the Relic Coast, because the players wanted to go across the sea into the Relic Coast, which they're there right now. Then as we go, I am slowly adding things to the world. And this is only one of many worlds within the realms of Eldara, but still. Adding like our elvish lands, our dwarven lands, just things you'd expect from a fantasy world, right? A good D&D sort of backdrop. And as we go, we just get more and more specific. So right now, like if anyone says, oh, I want to know specifically what's over here. It's like, well, there's a gnomish kingdom across like an island sort of archipelago type thing. Yeah, that's what's there. I don't know much more about it, right? And so anyway, players who are like, oh, well, you know, I have questions. It's like, okay, well, you probably know the answer as your character. Your character probably has a pretty good idea of what's over there. But your player doesn't, so, and neither does your DM, so that's where we're going to leave it. But yeah, I would start small enough where you can begin to sort of build things, right? But have like an idea of what everything around you is going to look like. And then kind of start popping things up and start like sort of pulling pieces up slowly. Anyway, not rushing it. Okay. Our town hall. I want our barracks. We want to have our big barracks over here. Is there a C in barracks? Barracks. So where's our, hold on. Yeah, there we go. Okay. Okay. Actually, here, let's just do this. Oops. I didn't mean to do that. Okay. Okay, here we go. So we're going to take that, and we're going to merge it down. Okay. Okay. We were barracks, we were town hall. We were town square. I want there to be a room for a market area. Like, sort of a bazaar. So, that could be, there'll be shops sort of along this area. Smaller shops. Here too. And we'll have sort of a central like market tents. Tent market. Like a bazaar or something like that. Maybe like other farmers and people from different islands come to this area, set up their tents in there, and that's kind of this area. Their town hall, and because like, don't forget, ultimately this map is to serve our players when they get to this area, so they have a general idea. So we want the important details, and we don't need to have every other little detail in there. We want a large inn. The main inn. And maybe it has a little stable type thing through a little alley. In stable. And maybe like a little well and stuff. And then we'll have some more buildings. We have room for more shops. More of whatever. We'll do some like other little side streets here. We're gonna be super loose right now because we don't really want to commit to anything super hard, right? This we can like label all these different shops like magic shop and this shop and bear and you know blacksmith and all that. You know. Today we taught you nothing, Evan. Oh, shit. You're right. You're right. I should know better. Divers from falling deep. They have a necklace or crushable gem enchantment with the Windwalk. Ooh. With Windwalk. That's that, Wolf. That's I think what we're going to do. I like that. Mask for this layout when you're done. Yeah, I mean this is going to be part of the very first adventure. So yeah, of course, Lee. It'll be around, don't worry. Pulled out the flashcard TPRGs. It's time. Oh, shit. Is it actually time? I'm excited for you, Catherine. If it's finally time, I am actually deeply excited. Anytime anyone engages or embarks, so I say, not engages, embarks on the grand world building adventure, I'm always super excited for them. The first time you decide to start your own world. All right. Barracks Town Hall, the main inn. And also, one of the things we have to do is we have to make sure that our shops are staggered and kind of look a little odd and, you know, have strange shapes to them slightly. Make them look like they're all sort of like built together, but not like, it's not like it's going to be a perfect, it's not going to be a perfect kind of thing, right? It's going to be, these buildings, we have to build a little bit of interest into them. So they have to form general streets and things like that, but it's not going to be perfect. The town hall, we're gonna do the Lord's Castle up here. I don't know, we're gonna do some shit. Yeah, fuck it. I don't know how to do gates, man. I don't know how to do gates on a castle. And we'll have like some, I don't know. We'll figure some shit out, okay? So the Lord Castle. I'm not sure who this is gonna be. I'm not sure if Lord, Lady, Baron, whatever title they're gonna have. But this is gonna be the owner's castle, basically. Close to the barracks, close to the town hall in the sort of north end of town. I want to do some mansions, some like sort of larger, kind of noble houses, right? Like a much fancier kind of district, maybe, with like a couple of large mansions. And maybe a couple of large houses. That type of thing, right? And then maybe a couple of like fancier shops or something in this area. And maybe we'll have like the library or something like that, or I don't know. I don't know. We'll put some stuff in here. Yeah. Okay, so what we need is enough room for people to live. So we need enough like small sort of like rows of houses and kind of built together and built in weird kind of random ways. You know, and we'll also do like the whole like houses or above shops type thing, right? Okay, so what are the buildings we need? We need the shipbuilder. Oh, we need the Adventurers Guild and the Fancy Inn. Maybe we'll do the Fancy, or sorry, the more like Workman's Inn. So we'll do because this is the Fancy Inn. We'll do the sort of the other inn. We'll have like a more of a work kind of area over here, maybe. So the less fancy inn. We'll figure out what this district is. This is gonna be like more of our work district, and then maybe we do. I don't know what else. What else could we put on the island there? Is there a place they might have a bathhouse? That's a good point. So what kind of flying mounts are being used in the seas? Horses don't get you very far in the showers. That's true. They're not very popular. True, Wolf. You should leave some alleys for people to lurk in. Absolutely. Absolutely. Places like this, like we need to have like maybe some more small shops and then have like a row of houses, right? In here. So there's some alleyways between the backs of the shops. and the houses or something. You know? Or maybe we move the houses. Here's what we'll do. We'll move the houses away. So the houses will form this kind of nice little street. Right? With these, like, sort of back alleys for our other buildings and stuff. Yeah. So these will be our back alleys. Like, there'll be a back alley between the fishers, or sorry, the shipbuilder. Maybe, you know what? Actually, maybe the shipbuilder should be on the other. If this is the more like sort of less fancy, the more workman's area, I think we should do our shipbuilder over here. We should do our fish market over there. And our fish market, or I guess our just like, yeah, well, because yeah, fuck it, we'll call it a fishing market. Fish market. And what we'll do this sort of like wharf type thing with more shops along it on kind of both sides, like smaller shops. Yeah. So kind of like bleed in. We get some kind of tall, like tall marks. Yeah, I'm not sure what like, because right now we're just kind of indicating the entrance. But how do we do a gate for like a top down? Like I don't use a lot of top down maps for like RPGs and stuff. I know a lot of people do like top down town maps. What do they usually do for gates though? Common folk the island gets seasick. What do you mean? It's not like the island's like bobbing back and forth. It's just an island, you know. Just take long to mine the large islands long enough for them to claimed and have plantation style operation. I don't know, actually. I don't know. I don't know much about like how long mining takes to mine out a mine, right? I don't know much about how that works IRL, let alone how long it would work in a fantasy game, right? In the fantasy section, they might have bathhouse, library, which often acted as a school as well. Jewelry shops, probably local baker and butchers because they don't want to interact with the common muck too much. Well, so I don't want to separate the. I don't think for a town this size yet, I don't think they have room for like a fancy district, you know? I envision it being small enough that they have to like all go to the same like butcher basically, you know? But the fancy people just sort of have their houses in like the nicer area than the less fancy, but it's not like Briar Pass. Like Briar Pass, totally. In Briar Pass, I told the players like once they go through this area into the kind of higher area of Briar Pass, triple every shop price. They're like, wait, what? I'm like, yeah, everything is triple. They're like, what do you mean? Like, I'm like, yeah, there's like a place to get like really nice, fine, whatever you're looking for, but everything you buy here is triple. So if you want to go shopping in this area, in this district, you can get like instead of a book, you can get a jewel encrusted book, but it's triple the cost. Players are like, okay, we don't really have room for that in this kind of place. I don't think, you know. Does the shipbuilder need access to water to build ships? So, Grape Ape, this is a... yeah, this is water in between, but also... So, this is a floating island in an area of the world called the Shattered Sea, which, here's a map for it. It is basically an ocean made of clouds. So, oh, yeah, no, Wolf's got it. All right. Never mind. You're all caught up. I apologize. Okay. I should have read down chat a little bit further. There's one floating island with a smaller floating island opposite of it. Yeah, okay. All right. Fancy people will send the help for their groceries. Well, I mean, like, look, nobody, like, so here's the thing. What are the kind of nobles that are here? The nobles that are here are going to be people who, like, own the Miners Guild. Or maybe, like, no, there's not going to be wealthy aristocrats here. This is a pretty brand new town. Like, everyone who's here is here for a reason. If you're super wealthy, where you have, like, servants, you're gonna send them into town to do whatever for you, so you don't have to deal with the riffraff and all this kind of shit. Those type of nobles, they wouldn't show up at a place like this. This is a place for new adventures and for people who want to start fresh. You know, you're like a young baker's apprentice and you want to start up a bakery, so you could do it in the big city, but you could do it in a smaller town and be the only baker there and kind of bet on the town growing, right? Like everyone's kind of betting on the town at this point, right? It's like a place of opportunity. So I want to have, so anyone who's like more noble or more fancy and high end, there's not going to be like a lot of recreation for them that's like separate from the regular town. There might be like, you know, a couple taverns and stuff, but it's not like the nobles are going to all go to whatever and have grand balls and galas. There's like some wealthy business owners around there, and like, you know, the local lord and stuff like that, and the head of this or whatever. And occasionally they entertain somebody from the city that's like a very important person that's come to look at runes or whatever. But for the most part, there's not really any super high-end D&D nobility, the way we think of D&D nobilities, with grand mansions. And I shouldn't have probably said the word mansion. I probably should have said larger homes, right? Or more private homes or something like that. But there's not really like grand mansions with crazy shit and whatever. I don't know. Same quality, just brand with a little swoosh or something. Yeah, basically. That's basically it. I said it's like a little bit visually nicer, but it's just, you know. They'd be liked or they get kicked off the island. Well, there's just like, also like, why would you live there? Like, yeah, you better be liked, because if you're like, it's kind of like the boss showing up at the bar and everyone's like, hey man, like, you know, have a drink, right? Like whoever owns the shipbuilder is like gonna be pretty wealthy, probably, right? If they're the only shipbuilder here, everybody's buying their ships from them, more or less. But what are they gonna do? They're gonna be an asshole, and they're always gonna want to like, they're going to go to the bar and everybody's going to fucking hate them. Like, that could be a story. That could be a story of like, you know, the local whatever is like a complete asshole and has nothing to do with anybody, right? But what are they going to do? Just hide away in their home all day because they can't go into the market because they get, you know, mean looks and, you know, whatever fruit thrown at them and shit, right? More like barons and baronesses rather than lords and ladies. I think so, yeah. Yeah. You're on the right track, Blaze. Would they have an apothecary? Thorkin. This is a Dungeons and Dragons game. If there were two people in the town, one would be a blacksmith and one would be there would be an apothecary. So, of course, it's an apothecary. What do you mean, bro? That's like some D&D shit. It's like in a back alley, you know? You have to go like down the stairs. Right, to see the entrance, got like a sign with some like glowing green, like writing on it or some shit. Yeah, right. You know, some I don't know. I was trying to think of a good League of Legends, like some Zon looking shit, right? Some singed ass looking boy sitting in there with his face covered. He's all bald and messed up, and he asks you if you're interested in a potion, and you're like, nah, man. What do you mean interested in a potion? I don't want a potion from you. If that's what it does. Is there a church? There should be. There should be multiple sort of like, that's a good question. What are our sort of worship, like accepted worships in the Shadowed Sea? What are our accepted and mass worships in the Shadowed Sea? I would say there's probably going to be 2 or 3 kind of small church chapel type things for various whatever common D&D deities we might find. We got to definitely save room for that. There's some synthetic bosses, wealthy merchants, or sorry, syndicate bosses. Jesus, why did I say synthetic? I read that as a syndicate. Wealthy merchants, not people like politicians, monarchs, oligarchs, etc. Yeah, like a lot, maybe like the people who, the kind of person who would who would build a shipyard out here. There's a good chance that what would happen is like, so you like own a shipyard, let's say in a successful city, and the local lord says, hey, I am tasked with starting up a city on this island. I have this much, you know, I have a budget. I want to start up a big city. It's going to be a hub. We're going to need a lot of dock. We're going to try and make it a trade hub. Here's my plans for it. Will you come build a shipyard on my, like, in my city? And the owner of the successful shipyard's like, I don't know, man. Like, that's really expensive to build a new shipyard. And if you're not an established whatever, the noble might be like, okay, we'll pay for half the construction costs. And we won't tax you on your profits for the first 5 years or something. So the shipyard owner was like, okay, you know, sure, I'll send my eldest daughter. She'll like oversee construction or whatever. She's like, you know, she's like basically second in command here. I'm gonna give her her own whatever, so she's in charge. So like, you know, wealthy person comes from a successful business family to set up an establishment out here, right? Thank you, Hyperdude, for the follow. I appreciate it. Thank you, my friend. I'm honored. Right? You'd also get people that are like, you know, like they see a call to, you know, maybe they're a small mom and pop little shop. They're a small jewelry maker, or maybe they make adventures wares, and they make it on an island, and their island is kind of on the decline, and they're like, you know what, let's start a new opportunity for a new life. Maybe there's gonna be adventures there. They're gonna need our wares. They're gonna need leather goods and whatever else we have to offer. Yeah, let's pack up and move. And maybe there's like a call to, like, you know, the land is free. Basically, it's like, hey, the local lord's just like, if you want to set up a shop and, you know, you seem to have like enough sort of resources, right? We'll supply cheap materials because we have like a deal, whatever. We'll supply cheap materials, and you can just have the land, and maybe the same sort of deal, like you don't have to pay taxes on any of your profits for the first 5 years or whatever. And they're like, you know what, it's a great opportunity. We'll try it out. And if this island is successful and the town grows, then they're massive. It's great. And if it kind of fails, then it's like, well, you took a gamble, right? And that's the whole thing in like this business idea of like risk and versus reward. So it's like, it's not like some, you know, powdered wig smork noble with a frilled collar and, like, you know, just covered in platinum, right? Is gonna come to this small town and be like, ah, yes, this is where I shall build my home so I can manage my many things that I manage and play my harpsichords and pay people to play my harpsichords for me, for which I have many in a room. I have a harpsichord room, right? We don't necessarily have those kind of nobles attracted to this kind of city, right? And if you do, maybe it's like there's a wealthy noble, and they're very wealthy, but they don't do anything in town, and no one knows what they do. No one knows why they're there. They walk around, they wear very nice clothing, they go to the market, they have some servants. The servants are known around town. They go get food, they do whatever. The noble occasionally goes out, you know, walking his like 3 large dogs with his wife. No one knows what they do, why they're there. They don't seem to own any businesses or have anything to do on the island. They just sort of like live in their house, occasionally have nice dinners with the local lord. They can be found at the inn once in a while, you know, having a nice meal out, as it were. They're exceedingly wealthy, and no one knows why they're here. Right? Like, maybe that's the story, you know? But there wouldn't be a lot of those kind of people, I don't feel like, here, right? This is like a brand new, like, everyone's here for like a new opportunity, a chance at something, right? An apothecary, or how about pound of leeches for your headache, apothecary. Oh, how about this necromantic solution that we're gonna just like this like necromantic solution that has like a sticker on top of the label that just says healing potion, but the healing potion is scribbled in blood. Yeah, that's what we're talking about, Wolf. Little corruption is there in this town. I don't know. I would like this place to be fairly optimistic. I'd like this place to be like, I want the local lord to be like a good. I want the players to want to be here and want, like, I think what's important for starting towns in stories like this is the players kind of have to like it, right? I want the players to like be welcomed into the Adventurers Guild. And like, maybe the players are like, hey, where do we find out about this thing? And they're like, well, go talk to the local lord. And they're like, just walked up to the local lord's castle, and they're like, yeah, man, he's pretty cool. Like, go say hi, right? And like, the lady of the keep introduced herself. She's like, hey, what's up? What can I do for you? They're like, aren't you like in charge of everything here? And she's like, yeah, what's up? They're like, I got a question about this thing. And they're like, oh yeah, cool, I can help you. And they're like, the fuck, you know, right? I arrived to say yeet from Romania. And I can say the more bad our situation, the more we believe in God. So, wait, what? What's going on? Hyper Dude, glad to have you. Conquering Canadians come to the States, walk around like wealthy nobles. No, like when Americans go to Canada, Moose. All right, and their dollar sometimes it just explodes. Right. Good afternoon, Lord Evan and the Mighty Dragons. How fares the kingdom? What's up, nephew? We are chilling. The kingdom as well. How you doing? You know how common adventures are a central hub for adventurers to go to and have a job board or whatever that be at the end? Yes. So, Thorgan, part of the allure of this town is that there are things in this area of the Shattered Sea. We might actually add this to the map because we haven't actually printed any maps. Ooh, there are some map blankets though. Ooh. So what if we had added to it and there's like pre-map blanket and post-map? Pre-first map blanket and post-first map. Ooh, that could be kind of fun. Hold on, I got ideas. Okay, anyway. Yeah, so the job board. So we have our island here, right? I imagine there's other ruins on other little islands and stuff that haven't been... Like, what if there's other big islands that have been, like, sort of terraformed and whatever all around our central island here that are, like, you know, fairly close. Maybe you can see them on the horizon. Maybe they're a little bit farther away. Right? And... You know? And there's, like, this is like a hub. Like, oh... Over on this island, there's some ruins, and there's like a research group that we haven't heard from in a week. We need a group of adventurers to go make sure they're okay, right? So they're gonna like go and so you go and you like ask a local ferryman or whatever, like, hey, can you take me to this island? I need to go there. Can you drop us off and then be there the next time? The next day for pickup. We got a job to do, and they're like, okay, you know, or you rent a boat and go out and go yourself, right? Like I want this city. Part of the allure of the city is I want it to feel like a hub for adventures in the area around, not just on this island, but in the area around. So we might not even have, honestly, it'd be kind of fun if the first adventure wasn't even on this island. That's the way we could like sort of not force, but encourage a little bit of that survival stuff. It's just like, yeah, here you go. You're on this island. The ferry will come back or whatever. The guild has chartered a ferryman to take you over. They'll be back here at the same time the next day. So you have to solve the problem, whatever it is, and then survive a night on the island. You know? Maybe you have a chill noble that helps the people, needs some help lifting up, transporting lumber. Noble show up and transporting help. Yeah, kind of. Like, so the idea of, like, well-liked nobles is actually something that's, like, very common in Southwood. The very first place that I started. So I kind of feel like I need some asshole nobles somewhere in my game. I feel like every time we write nobles, they're, like, pretty chill, like, pretty nice. We need some asshole nobles. We'll have room for those in the big cities, though. Maybe here we do, yeah. Maybe like, the local lord is just like, yo, hey, we started this area. You know, because we were given I was given an opportunity, right, to start up this area, and I want to prove that I can, you know, run a town, and so I have all these resources, and I'm, you know, the noble family's like very invested in whatever. So maybe like the local noble also runs the inn or something, you know, like the lord of the, you know, the lord and lady of the keep. Right, you know, maybe the lady that keep runs the local library, and whatever, and the local lord runs the inn. You're like, hey man, I like it. You know, I like a room. And is like, all right, cool. And then you're like sitting there at the bar. You're like, so who lives in that castle? What kind of asshole builds a castle that big? He's like, oh, it's mine. And you're like, what? Like, I don't know, man. So, we can do a lot of stuff with our nobility here. But all right. So as far as our districts go, we don't need to fill in. We can just say housing in a lot of these areas. But what are the things we need in here? We need our town hall. We need our Adventures Guild. I want to do our Adventures Guild as a fairly large building because it's going to be kind of important. Very close to the town hall, right across the street from the inn. You know what? Actually, I think our Adventures Guild should be the inn. Now that I think about it, I think we're going to do that. Main inn / Adventures Guild. I think I want to... Yeah, I want to blend those two buildings, actually. I want the vibe of you going and staying at the Adventures Inn, or the Adventures Guild. Right? It's physically possible for Canadians to write people... Wait, to write people who are not nice. Bro. Hockey. Come on. The blanket is $69 Canadian with inflation. Nice. Dude, the blankets are so expensive. Like, on the merch thing, I don't really take much of a cut. I remember when Ella set it up, she was like, how much of a cut do you want or whatever? Do you want to just go with the recommended prices? I'm like, yeah, do whatever they say. It's not a very big cut, but stuff's still fucking expensive. Like, goddamn, dude. So I don't know. We got to figure something else for Eldaracon so we can make Eldaracon shirts for Basically nothing. I don't know. What is it? What do you mean, what is this maps? We're doing Adventurers Guilds, Faye. It's time. There's one noble kid that just T-poses constantly to assert dominance. That's right. Precisely. This is the kind of world building we need. Big rocks floating above the town, attached via chains atop which massive castles. Wait, it's a massive castle, the one pompous noble with powdered wig. So dash toe. Excellent job, Blaze. Excellent job. They just have the Adventurers Guild in the inn. Townsfolk come by after a hard day of work, and if they have complaints or issues, they can take to the guild and have it sorted out. Yeah, I like the idea of Adventurers Guilds. Like, so Adventurers Guilds in Teleria, one of the ways they function is that they provide a place to stay for their members, right? So you go to the Adventurers Guild, and it's like it's an inn and a bar, and like you can use the bar, and they also have supplies. So it's a shop, an inn, a bar, and a quest counter. And you can go to the quest counter if you're not part of the Adventurers Guild. You just won't get as much of a reward, but you can still accept a quest, right? Unless they're in like high demand or whatever. Like if they've got too few quests, and they reserve them just for guild members, right? And if you want to stay at the Adventurers Guild, if you're a member of the guild, you just stay there, right? They're just like, okay, we'll put you up for like 5 nights, you and your party, right? And if you need to buy materials and stuff's there, but that's like really big guilds. Like small Adventurers Guilds might have like a place for their members to stay, and not like much of a public kind of whatever, right? But as they grow, it is beneficial for Adventurers Guild to also establish itself as a place where people can go and talk with their problems and launch quests and a place to meet. And taverns are great for that, and they're also a good income revenue source. So a lot of Adventurers Guilds are also inns and taverns, right? They just serve as the Adventurers Guild as well. Like the Dragon's Claim will eventually be like that, you know? The Dragon's Claim is already a tavern and quest board and inn for its own members. That's what our guild hall already is. Lazy crazy expensive to print on demand. Yeah, they're silly. They're just absolutely silly. Do the hockey players in Canada say sorry after each tackle? Okay, dude. But you have twins who run the town, and depending on the day, they are good or crazy. It switches every couple of days. Yeah, no one knows they're identical. They're like, damn, why are they so mad today? Holy shit, what the fuck? What do we do? Do you need a local brewery? Do we need a local brewery? Of course we need a local brewery. Of course we do. What do you mean? It'll be like one of those like fancy, you know, like on the docks, on the wharf. You know? Yeah, one of those things. Of course. See, this is why we're doing this on stream. All right? You guys got the ideas, man. Everyone buys their own plain white tee and draw the Dragon's Claim logo on with what markers themselves. That's actually 5-head. Yeah, that's 5-head. No audio right now, but hey, Evan plus chat. At definitely not penguins. Yo. Feel free to at definitely not penguins with simply a yo. Makes us a good place for merchants, blacksmiths, component vendors, apothecaries to go. Adventurers spend a lot of time, money, or spend a lot of money on things, but otherwise be not bought as much. Weapons, armors, potions. Yes, precisely. Did you question where's the local bakery? Where do you want the bakery to be, Crimson? Okay, you get to pick. 1, 2, 3, 4. Or these shops are gonna be a bit big. Not this one, or 5. Crimson, it's on you. 1 through 5. What do you want? It's all yours. You'd place a bakery. It's all on you, man. 3, got it. Bakery. Hold on, I need a why people happy in chat. Wide people happy. There we go. We're gonna snip that out. All right, there's our bakery, man. There you go. There we go. It's time. I want this to be a general adventuring store and like mining equipment and all sorts of like just general store. Adventure. Adventuring and trade store. It's gonna be a pretty big one too. Maybe it'll span like multiple buildings, right? How about a haberdashery? What the fuck is a haberdashery? Wait, what? By Fountain Cafe. Wait, if you add Sky Shard flakes to beer, will the beer float and will you float when you drink it? Victus, it sounds like you need to find out. Yeah. It sounds like it's your job now to find out. Good looking work. Thanks for always being a fun inspiration to get creative work done. L2, you're a legend. Thanks for all the help today, by the way. Do you make sure someone bought the alcohol? Yeah, you know what? Maybe we should do the brewery. Maybe we should add the brewery to... Ooh, you know what? No. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to change... The brewery is going to go on the other island. We can't forget about the other island. So this is more sort of the trade work area. Like, you know when you go like the industrial area, it has those like big warehouse buildings and those kind of like cool breweries. That's what we're going to do. We're going to do local brewery right here. Brewery. Okay. Trade district? Yes. Precisely, Cobalt. Precisely. Oh shit, we don't have the tech district though. Yeah, Cobalt, we the tech district. Fuck. Forgot. Where did the servers go? where does AWS build their hub out here? Can I choose blacksmith shop location? Thorkin, where would you like to place the blacksmith? Okay. Now I think the blacksmith should be a bigger shop. Do you think it should be on? Thorkin, you think the blacksmith should be in the main market here, or is this more like day-to-day goods? I think the blacksmith shop should be around here with the Adventurers Guild and the more like sort of like kind of tradey stuff. So we're gonna have two. We're gonna have one on each island. Where do you want to put the blacksmith shop, Thorkin? 1 through 8. Where'd you like it? It's all yours, Thorkin. Jeweler. Ooh, that needs to go in like sort of closer to the richer district. 100%. 100%. See how plans out in Charlie and Chocolate Factory and we can get chopped up in a fan. God damn it. Every time, Victus. Every time. 4. Yeah. Then we need to like have like a outdoor section. It needs to be open air for part of it. It needs to have like a supply shed and like area for the forge outside to like stack up wood and all that kind of stuff. So is there anything we should put right beside the blacksmith shop? Should this right beside the blacksmith be the arms and armor? Arms. Okay. So the jeweler I kind of want to do in here. Okay. We're getting there. Would you like me to get my D100 list of normal jobs? Shit, we don't have that much map. Crap. Tech's in the belly of the beast, hidden underground in the cold, dark dungeons. Yeah, Tech's right. You have to go through the apothecary lab. Right past the necromantic shrine. Right past the Cthulian cult. At that point, you've reached Silicon Valley, USA. And then, yeah. Shit. Too soon? Too close to home? Just real close? Damn. Yeah, is that what hit too close to home for us? Shit. Classic having the brewery near the workplace and another section of the town where people can fall off and die on their way home. Blaze, that's world building. He'd be more distant. Yeah, I don't want it right in the box right in the main area. I'm kind of get annoying for the people that live there though. Are there entertainment options outside of just gambling at one of the 4 taverns? That's a good point. What would small towns be able to do for entertainment? What do people do for fun? I don't want to do anything sort of like as maybe like not barbaric, but like as aggressive as like a pit fighter or a arena or something like that. Not quite big enough for that. Maybe like some kind of a racetrack. Well, you know what? I think they would do like sky races and stuff. Festivals and fairs. That's a good point. Two previous comments are what haberdashery is. Hold on. Oh, fancy Okay, boat has. Yeah, that needs to be a fancy clothing shop. All right. Well, I don't know if they'd support like fancy shit. So maybe just like clothing. We need closer to sort of maybe the wealthier stuff. We need like the magic shop. There we go. This Blasphemous could be a glasswork station. For the use of the forges. Ooh. Glasswork. Would that be the kind of thing they'd make there at its own store, or would there be would that be kind of like in the what else could we merge glasswork with? Like glass pottery maybe as well, things like that, and like small goods blacksmiths and stuff like that. Really close to the tent market. Yeah, why not? I mean, yeah, like actually, why not Cobalt? What am I thinking about here? Is it because it's too fancy? Because I agree, it's just the city's a bit small, you know. The tent market is like kind of the local farmers market. It isn't like a hawking bazaar kind of thing. It's just kind of like the local like you know guy from a farm over there brings his stuff, sets up a stall for the day, right? Maybe the tent market isn't even active most days of the week or something. I don't know. Yeah, is that the only reason, or there's something else? Tech shops you talked about is very real, but we wear it with badge of pride. Yeah, that's fair. Dory lot won't fit. All right, that's fair. Cow tipping. Roll away, Thorkin. Wyvern tipping. Yes. No, that's... Well, hey, listen. Just because we grew up around cattle, farmer, doesn't mean that the rest of the world got in their Trans Am first car and drove out to the middle of the field to go cow tipping with that cute girl from math class whenever you were in grade 11. Okay? Oh, you use Siege Ball. Bowling game made it for entertainment. Siege Ball. That sounds way better than bowling. Town Festival, sky races, fairs for the kids, maybe a few low level enchantments handed out so kids can float around in it for a minute. I like that. They're traveling flying circus in the Shrouded Sea. Is there a traveling flying circus in the Shrouded Sea? So I had designed in my head, Blaze, kind of like a flotilla type thing. It's like kind of like a small floating island. Like not like a ship that sails, and more like kind of a large barge that was some sort of like a traveling entertainment show that would go between islands. So I haven't written anything down for it, but yeah, I like the idea. I haven't really developed it though. A lawn dart game. Perfect. Ready to purchase ornate flowers to swoon the lady of my eyes? Probably in a bigger city where people are worried about swooning ladies as opposed to going on adventures. But there should be, you know, I think things like flower shops and things like that would probably be one of the small tent places, right? Like imagine like the local flower shop is like somebody who just has a home like down here. They have a garden where they just like grow flowers, you know, and then they have like a small stall, right? That's kind of what I like spice merchants, flowers, small things like that. That's kind of where I want to have this like small market section here. We can put things like that don't seem like they might fit super well into a small town, but we still want them in our D&D game, right? You know, and I'm even when we rate this map, I'm gonna say if there's a small merchant that you want somewhere in the city, if your players ask if there's a shop for something that's specific, you can always put it in the tent market here and say there's a vendor that has some, right? Add the list. All right. What do we need? Advisor, apothecary, apprentice, alchemist, artificer, archer, artist, architect, assassin, astrologer, baker, barber, barman, barkeep, beggar, blacksmith, bookbinder, brewer, bookmaker, builder, butcher, butler, candlemaker, carpenter, cartographer, chamberlain, coachman, cobbler, cook, cooper, makes barrels. Ooh. Coastmonger. What the fuck is a coastmonger? Costco? Tailor, tanner, thatcher, thief, thug, town crier, town guard, tax collector, warden, weaver, wheelwright. Shit. Damn it. Of course you're right. What about having an undermarket? Oh my god, I have it. Oh, holy fuck, that's so cool. Okay. Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna have an undermarket. There's gonna be stairs that lead down to the undermarket. Hold up. On two sides of the city. One right there, and one, like, right there. And we're going to have this, like, under sort of area that goes along the bottom, like, underneath the main road. And from a side view of the island, right, you got your docks, right? You got your, like, your fancy boats are parked there, right? You've got your little docks, you've got your buildings, you got your main little town thingies, you got your whatever. This is like a view from the side. You got your main streets, and you got your castle in the background. What if the dock was 2 stories, and underneath it there's another layer of dock? We had this in Coralastria. They had 2 layers of dock, basically. Right? And under here, they had more buildings and stuff built into the walls, basically. And so you could go down to the undermarket. We could do that maybe over in... I think that would fit really well over here. I think maybe... Yeah. Okay, we're going to do it on the other side. We're going to have the undermarket. We're going to have a whole, like, maybe, like, more market over here or something. More shops and stuff. And we're going to have all of this basically be, like, housing. With small little docks and you know, a little family dinghy and whatever, and fishing vessel. Over here is where they're going to keep all their fishing and trade and whatever. And we have our little undermarket area under here. Ooh. And then 2 levels of dock, because why not? You have an island. It's floating. This last sale building was just thinking, tent market seems like something that would show up in commoners, less wealthy district, whereas jewelry would be much more posh, high end. Yeah, and so where we sort of landed on that Cobalt was that the city's not really established enough yet for there to be like kind of a big division between classes. Nobody's moving to the city that's like super wealthy, right? Everybody who's moving to the city has something to do, like is there for business purposes or whatever. Or god damn, dude, I got some hat hair. Holy shit. But yeah, they're moving there for businesses or whatever. We need a pilgrim for it. Wait, what? The rules for Siege Ball around. It could even demo the game if you really want. I mean, you dropped it somewhere in World Building or Homebrew, didn't you? Texas came out of me. Yeah, that's fine. I understand. The Alberta in me just sort of came up for a second there too. It's all good, farmer. Prime real estate in the best tavern in town in the undermarket. Dude, there needs to be some kind of a tavern in the undermarket that is like seedy and amazing. That's where the fight pit is. He's in the back of that tavern in the undermarket. The back of that tavern has the fight pit. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, dude. That's where we're putting it, man. We're putting it right there. Yeah. Is it agriculture area or is everything more important? So on the island itself, I was thinking we had the town was right here. This is the island. This is the town. Right? I was thinking of having like sort of like dense forest. Right? Like maybe do like a lake. Like maybe there's like another lake like close to this. And this is dense forest. Dense forest / jungle. And in this is all farmlands. Oh, sorry. So this is all Texas. Texas without boars. Yeah. So this is all so this is all Texas without boars. You know why? Because the fantasy world, and we're allowed to do what we want with IRL concept. Isn't that Iowa? I'm not getting between that. I'm not touching that. I'm just gonna if you're gonna call Texas without boars Iowa, I'm just gonna walk away. This is me washing my hands of that. You know, I'm just not even gonna. Yeah, there it is, dude. Flight path. Thank you, my friend, for the holy shit, dude, the 5 months. Thank you, Flight Path. I appreciate that. Thank you, dude. Welcome back.
Make lots of encounters and monster traps and more. Do you want to build an adventure?
Okay, dude.
I want to build an adventure. Let's roll DEE.
Okay, dude. You fucking. How's it going? How's it going, Rock? What's going on, man? How you doing? How's it been? Thanks for the 600 bits, Rock. I appreciate it. And thank you, Flight Path, for the resub. I appreciate that, my friend. Thank you, guys. But I'm still not getting I'm still not getting in the middle of the Iowa, you know, Texas. I mean, Iowa is the greatest state. All right. I would say Texas is the greatest state, but Texas is the greatest country. So, yeah. There it is. I love it here, man. Such a fun time. Yo, dude, I appreciate that, though. Seriously, like staying with your sub means a lot to me. It means a lot to me. When I see people with, like, you know, big summer numbers, those, like, numbers higher than 1, 2, 3, that means a lot. It means you stuck around for a while. And yeah, dude, I appreciate it. Find some good takes. That's a good take. All right. Thank you. Thank you, Rock. Have a great rest of your day. Yeah. Be good, brother. I wish it could be called any sort of Texas. How many Iowas could you fit in Texas? How many?
I return to Texas W. Balls.
Okay. Wait, return to Texas with boars. No, it's supposed to be a fantasy. All right, wait. Believable Snake, Imagine Dragons. Wait. Lol, Alter Ego player play in the tavern. Yes, fine, Thorkin. If you want to make an Imagine Dragons League of Legends Arcane reference in the game, fine. I will allow all the mods to add something they want to the town. Okay? Every mod gets to add something sensible, and fucking every Alexandra Chrome. No, shit. I gotta figure this out. I'm gonna take suggestions. All right. We don't remember boars. We have enough wild pig problem. Yeah. That's the issue, right? That's the issue. All right. All right. What else we need? We have our arms and blacksmith. What was on our list of things? Oh, we need to figure out where our, like, churches, places of worship, deities, you know, that kind of shit. You don't want to be a mod, Crimson. Being a VIP is way better. The mods, right? The problem with the mods is that they just get promised artwork and then never get it. Cobalt's been waiting for his knight for like a year now at this point. It's rough out there. I wouldn't want to be a mod in this stream. Are you kidding? It's amazing we got Thorkin in here for so long. Bro's constantly trying. Bro's always just like, hey man, you mind VIPing me? I'm like, no, you stay a mod. He's like, okay. That's the problem, man. He's waiting to start streaming again. Graveyard here is popular with adventure. Aw, jeez, man. Aw, jeez. True, but also, it's a Shattered Sea. They have some funeral rites of Viking funeral, abyss, boat, shit kind of stuff. Yeah, but they do need a crypt. You're right. Shit. How do you have an adventuring town without a crypt? Where, if you are going to start adventuring town, would you put the Lich? Every adventuring town, starting town, needs to be tormented by a local Lich. Is there... Where could we put the local Lich? Is there a White Castle? Or a bingo hall? That's where we could put the local Lich instead of the graveyard. Or like a golden corral. That's where we put the Lich. That's where we put the Lich, is at the golden corral. There it is, man. Either that or an Applebee's. One of the two. Either the Golden Corral or an Applebee's. We'll put Who needs a crypt? Witches aren't always needed. What do you mean? The abyss below? That's true, actually. You're right. Yeah, you're... Oh, shit. I smacked my tank and I scared Sasha. I'm sorry, Sasha. I'm sorry, baby. 1 second. Let me feed my fish real quick. I feel bad, man. I smacked the desk and I scared her. I gotta give her some food. All right. You go, Sasha. Yeah. She's good, man. She's good. Let's slide on over. Crypt underneath the Undercity. Is that where we put the Golden Corral? Or is that where we put the Swiss Chalet? Also, Graveyard seems like something for only the biggest islands, such as Grand Crest. That's valuable land space on floating island, more than likely. There'd be local customs of some small speech and then talks and bodies in the abyss. Maybe some cult-like followers believe that this sedates monsters below. Actually, that's a great idea, Cobalt. Yeah, like, what do you do in spaces that's like super limited? Like, what are you gonna do? Make a big graveyard? That's like a big country kind of thing. We got tiny little islands, you know. What's going on, Spirit? Good to see you. After the bodies off the side, maybe, I don't know, man. I don't know what we're gonna do here. You bring the graveyard in Grand Crest to be a big honor only for Grand Council or some big heroes or something. Yeah, like have like some like fancy mausoleum or something, you know. They have a catapult that flings it into the abyss. The funerals are much more fun in the town. Yeah, it's. Yeah, right. Okay, that's what we do. Easy, man. I'm good. I'm good, Spirit. How you doing? How you chilling? Toss bodies. Cremation would be popular. Some just place spot to burn the bodies. Yeah, something like that. I don't know. The local whatever. The local something. We're gonna have okay. I want to be sort of vague with the town map in some ways. We're gonna have lots of things labeled, but like some of these shops, like I don't want to label what these shops are. I want to label all of them, right? Because I want our GMs that are running this adventure to be able to say like, oh, that's a feather store. Yep, you can buy feathers there, imported from everywhere, for all your feather needs. Is it a flesher? Nope. Do they make arrows? Nope. What do they sell? Feathers. What do people do with them? Don't worry about it. It's my game, you know, right? Like I want to leave some room for our GMs to add their own stuff in here, right? Because I will know what goes there for my world, right? Or maybe I don't. Maybe I don't care either. Maybe it doesn't super matter what is in any of those individual little spots. As long as the players sort of know the general vibe and gist of what's in the town, right? Right? And so we have all these little shops and all these little houses and all these little things. We'll have our shops or our houses. Make the town a little bit bigger. We'll have it support a larger kind of And maybe we'll build like a small like palisade wall or some kind of thing around it just to keep some of the whatever out. And yeah. Okay. What else do we need in this town? What else is like necessary? What else are we like sitting here thinking, damn, the fact that this town doesn't have a whatever would make playing D&D in this game pretty difficult. Because whatever that thing is, I want to think about it on stream so I don't like make the map and then forget about it. Pet mystery egg shop? Basically. Where is Space Mountain though? Oh, shit. Yeah, where's our Disney store? Oh, no. They closed all the Disney stores for the online one. So what we do need though is we do need at some point in here, we do need the Amazon warehouse. Okay. We need the Amazon warehouse. That's right. That's you're right. We forgot about that. Food stands. Yeah, we got our little tent market for that. You know, that's what we need, man. I'm assuming farms won't fit. Well, they'll fit a little bit anyway. I mean, we have some room on it. We have some farmland. That's what Texas without bores is, or Dorkin. That's what our farmland is right here. And we have our dense forests and jungles and whatever, and we have our ruins. Oh, we need our archaeology and whatever. So we're gonna do that. Archaeology / mage area. Yeah. Easy. Amazonia warehouse. That's right. Sorry. For playing D&D. Warehouse for good storage of newly imported stuff. I assume there's some kind of mayor or individual who runs the town. Yeah, I'll probably put that in the industrial. I want to leave a couple of large buildings in sort of the more industrial area that are like warehouses and like trade kind of whatever. Like what we'll probably do is I'll probably do a secondary market on the other side. That's like a trade, more like a trade market. You know, less like this is the stuff for the townsfolk. All this kind of shit in here. We might do another little market area around here that is like not like food and whatever and fun and all that kind of shit, but just like places where, you know, people who have come from different parts of Chariot Sea that want to like hawk some goods or whatever can do some trading around here. I think that's a good idea. Blacksmith, we've got the blacksmith in there. Yep. That's important for D&D. Where's the doxes? Yeah. I closed this. Yeah, okay. Fletcher components. Yeah, so that's a lot of the Fletcher stuff's going to be like part of the general adventuring supplies. Stables. I wonder if does the town need stables, or does each like neighborhood kind of house need stables? Library. Ooh, yeah, library and stuff. We'll do our like library. Maybe like this one. We could also have the library attached to the town hall in a lot of ways, right? Like we could have like some kind of like walkway, like covered walkway, and have like some, I don't know, some garden. I guess not garden because the barracks is right there. But whatever, man. Yeah, some town garden, you know, just right beside the barracks. You know, why not? Fuck it. The barracks can be a large, fancy building close to the castle. It can be built into the wall, so can the castle. And we can do some sort of nice, like, sort of town gardens. Right? We can have this be like a large sort of like building cluster. Have this whole thing be the archaeology / mage whatever this can be, what would be a little building that we just put on here? A little bonus building, a little bonus on this. You know, this would be library. Fuck it. Yeah. Right. And then our barracks can have some like large, fancy wall connected, and then like some storage buildings and whatever, and then like a little training area kind of thing, fighter dummies and whatever. Yeah, just do a little. Well, this. That's where you'll train up, man. That's where you'll get stronger. Right there. Easy clap, man. Easy. Book for oh yeah, the churches and stuff. So we need some sort of like we'll do some sort of like fancy church. Some sort of we'll have some rando shop right there. You may do a small row of houses. There's not going to be like formal gates. There's not going to be like a large fucking gate, but there's going to be like a definitely probably a like just like a small wall made of stone or wood or something like that. Just keep stuff from the wilderness out. Like maybe not even around down here. Like maybe not. It's not even south. Maybe it's just north, around the barracks, the Lord's Castle, just where this jungle stuff is, because it like borders onto this northern jungle area. Yeah, it's not like they're keeping out invaders or anything, right? Playhouse auditorium location. Not. I don't know. I didn't think of any sort of like theater, right? Should there be a theater in a small town? Is that going to be kind of the main source of entertainment, you think? I don't know. I'd be down for that. Or like maybe that an outdoor amphitheater or something is better. Ropes change anchors, keeping them loosely held together. Being visual, 2 floating islands anchored together, a ton of various ropes and whatnot. Yeah, I want boats and stuff to be able to sail through there. So you think that I wonder how could we like join them? Maybe like a bridge, one big bridge, maybe, or like just a ferry that goes across like a school. No, we should do this. Ooh. That's right. The school should be in this sort of area. The town hall will be close to a school. And then, no idea what this is going to be. Not that it really matters. Yeah. I choose user link number 32. Yeah, you got it. Your restaurant with no lodging? Probably like little food stalls and stuff, right? I wonder though. I wonder if that makes sense, like restaurants and stuff. You know? Probably throw those into some of these like small buildings and stuff, right? Your small town has one family-owned restaurant owned by like history teacher or something. Yeah, that diner or something, right? Church next to Mage Hall, they get along, or they have different views on magic and deities, might cause some conflict. I think there's probably like a pretty accepted few shrines and stuff amongst the. Like magic is just like so common, and deities are so obvious. It's not like there's some like, debate of like how magic works, and these guys say it's from deities, and these guys say it's from whatever. Everybody kind of knows they get their magic from different places, and so it's not like there's a lot of debate there. I don't think. Maybe amongst certain like religions or something, or like it's not religions. Would you call like? I mean, maybe you call it different religions, but yeah, I don't know. Person is disruptive. You throw them over the board. Yeah, there you go, man. Just enjoy the abyss. outdoor theater's a thing, and they're a lot of fun. Yeah, but it's still then going somewhere. That's the problem I have with the theater. You have to go somewhere. Yeah, we could do it outdoor. I think an outdoor theater might make more sense here, right? Like a large sort of amphitheater kind of thing, as opposed to like a, you know, a playhouse, right? Or a theater. Cool note, in any temples, they might be dedicated to a single god, but they usually have statues of multiples of them. Maybe a similar thing could happen in town church. So what I'm thinking is that there's going to be kind of like an accepted few, like an accepted couple of common deities. Like you could imagine your churches have like different wings, right? In the building, and like they each have their different sort of like shrine, you know? It's just sort of like the local shrine or something, right? Yeah, I don't have a formal pantheon. I have deities and gods in the world, but I haven't created like made the whole group or whatever.
Level 1 wing 1 Evandel Ruby Crom level 1 wing 2 Evandel Sip.
Shut up, Ella. We're not putting a church of we're not putting a church of Blackwood. I'm curious, were you not streaming or have you out of curiosity? If you were not streaming, how long do you think it would take to make this town start to finish no color? Oh, if I was not streaming, how long? Okay. I don't know, because Runner, I've never made a town map that I really want to like in the style of town maps or in the style of sort of these maps, you know? So I actually have no idea, because the problem too is am I just making a map, or am I world building and like trying to like figure it out and write stories and write world anvil articles? If somebody had a layout and I was just like transcribing it in my style, I honestly still don't know. You know, it could be 6 hours, it could be 15. Like I don't know how detailed, how much I want to get in there, but definitely for my own stuff, my own world building, it's not just about streaming that we're sitting here having these conversations. I'd probably be taking a long time, anyway. Right? Because I'd want to like go write a world anvil article and then go write this down and go do that and whatever, you know. So actually, I have no idea. This is new ground for me. We're gonna do a town map and a island map, right? Town map, island map. The island map shouldn't be as bad though, because I think the island map is gonna be pretty simple. There's one town on it. There's farmlands. There's gonna be a small little like hamlet. Like there's gonna be a smaller town here. Maybe on the other side of the island or something like that, you know, close to like where the lake goes or something. I'm not actually sure yet. So I don't know. That's a good question. I have no answer whatsoever though. Unfortunately, I apologize. Gondolas. That's kind of what I wanted there to be more like a ferry gondola kind of that sort of system. You know, like rather than doing like a big bridge that connects the towns, which would be cool. You know, don't get me wrong. I want the idea of traversing the shattered sea to be as common as traversing water is in our world, right? So if it's more of like a Venice type thing where there's tons of gondolas or whatever, or ferries or barges or whatever we're gonna call it, going across, I think that'd be kind of cool, you know? The only thing determined in your world and you build a town map, you most likely end up world building at the same time. Yeah, that's the problem, Cole. That's the problem, man. Should you sync up some time this week so I can bombard you with questions on this town? Yes. Absolutely. Absolutely, Cobalt. I'm down. I'm down. That's right. Thorkin. You know what that means, Cobalt. That it has to be before 11:45 p.m. Your time. You know? Hey, it's all good, man. It's all good. Yeah, we'll sync up. We'll chat about it. Yeah, so okay, so what else we need? So we have our sort of our more trade district. We have our housing district. We have our undermarket. And we're gonna have a small maybe other market. Maybe we'll do the undermarket actually. I think I want to do the undermarket over here. Yeah, we're gonna have the undermarket down here. So we're gonna have some big buildings. Some big warehousey type buildings. And then we're going to have our undermarket down here. Now, how many people would this town be? Are we putting too many things in here for a town of... What's a good starting town size? 1,000? Less? 500? I honestly have no idea. Because, like, each 2,000? Is that a big town? Is that a small town? Like what's considered... Does D&D have sort of, like, a guideline on this? Where they're like, hey, if you're doing a small this or that or whatever village, or... Do they have that kind of thing? 'Cause I honestly have no idea. If the small town vibe would be 500 or the small town vibe would be 1,000, I actually have no idea. Right? Maybe we just say 1,000, but can we fit 1,000 people into all these houses? Right? Like if we consider like each one of these houses is going to be like 4 people, right? 4, 8, 12, 16, on average like 32. Let's just say like 64-ish people can fit in an area that small. Right, then we have like 120, like 240 people on this side kind of thing. And then maybe if this is a little more dense, like another, like, yeah, maybe I think we could do this and say it's about 1,000 people. 325? Is that like a Forgotten Realms number or population of your world? I think. Final question, why is there such a variety of stuff here? What motivation does everyone have for moving here, of all places, in the Shattered Sea? Seems like quite a large town to accommodate these diverse selection of places: blacksmith, jeweler, shipbuilder, markets, etc. Yeah, so, okay, so cool. The TLDR of just to catch anyone else up who missed probably the discussion on that. So the TLDR is where we're going to go here, or where we're going here is saying there is... an island surfaced, a chunk of... every time islands surface from beneath the Shattered Sea that has ancient runes on them, they are not allowed to be mined. They have to be studied instead of mined. So because a bunch of islands were sort of in a cluster here, with one large one in the middle, a local lord was sort of given the rights to own it, right? Maybe sent his oldest son there or something, or their oldest daughter or whatever. And she got there and said, hey, I'm going to, like the point is to start up a small township so that you can accommodate for researchers, things like that, right? But a lot of nobles might take it as an opportunity to like, try and start a town and start a city and whatever, become, a noble of the place, basically. So we were talking about like bringing in people, like businesses, like going to a shipbuilder and being like, hey, you're a great shipbuilder. Can you start up a ship build workshop in my new town? Here's my plans for everything. We'll pay for we'll just give you the land and we'll give you a discount. We'll like give you a subsidy for supplies and you don't have to pay taxes for the first like 5 years or something or whatever. And so people are kind of taking a gamble that the town's going to grow, right? But the town also found itself to be in a hub for adventures, and maybe it was also in an opportune location that a lot of like, it's like close to a trade route, maybe, that like people would want to come stop off here to drop off goods or trade or just like take a break or whatever. It's just like a stop, who knows. But basically there's like a feeling of growing excitement, like as the town's growing, people are like, oh shit, we got, I want to move there, I want to start a shop or something like that. So just sort of a general adventuring town, like, space is limited. And if like the rule is like, hey, if you want to build a house here, you can just have the land. If you pay for building the house, you can just have the land, dude. And of course, all these like small families are like, well, it's super expensive to live in Grand Crest or whatever. So rather than like renting this like small apartment in this like large building in the middle of this massive city, Grand Crest, let's like pack up, go down, build a house, and open up a bakery or whatever. So I wanted to have that vibe of like not only adventures going there, but also like since adventures are going there, like there's an opportunity, like a blacksmith's like, oh, there'll be a lot of business out there, so I want to go down there and whatever. So maybe we put multiple blacksmiths, multiple adventuring supply stores, because adventurers in this main adventures guild are going to be coming here to like go do quests and stuff in the local region. I don't know. Forgotten Realms has it. That's my town. 325. Damn, that's pretty small. Canmore's 13,000. Canmore's pretty big though, isn't it? Got in stream topics. DBG says village up to 1,000. Towns up to 6,000. Okay. Oh, shit, okay. This is some 5-head shit right here. Settlements by population, category page, edit subcategories of the page contain articles and settlements of the specific sizes. Okay. So a thorp is 20 to 80. A hamlet is 81 to 400. So yes, we're gonna do a small little hamlet, a small little farming hamlet down, you know, of like maybe 100 to 200 people. A village is 400 to 900 people. I think I want this to be a small town then. I think saying it's around a population of around 1,500 could probably... You could probably get away with saying, like, almost 2,000 people live. We could say 2,000 people live here. It's a small town of 2,000. Right? I'm fine with that. Large city be 2,000, 5,000, okay. Or large town, small city be 5,000 to 12,000, 20,000 plus. Yeah, metropolis. Like, I literally want to figure out how to do Grand Crest as a city of 1 million. In D&D. So that's a lot of people, bro. 1,000 people in D&D. That's something else, man. That's a lot, dude. Okay, we have ideas. We have ideas. I need to fix this. I need to fix this. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 sec real quick, and we'll figure out what we're doing for this place as a town or city or whatever. All right, we good. We've collected more water. So, I'm thinking small town. Small town, 2,000 people. That's a good starting town kind of thing, right? Unless we should go a lot smaller. Do you guys think that we should go a ton smaller? And have this be just like a really, like, humble beginnings? Hamlets are great for adventures. They don't have guards to protect them, really. I guess we should find a town, village, or hamlet, depending on what resources available. It's a good point, actually. It's a good point. Recall the IRL village I lived in had 2,500, but I don't think its modern terms apply to other medieval ones. That is tiny, my friend. That's like some small Saskatchewan shit. Most in a region, as a town was 1,000. Thank you, Thorgan. Frame reference is also different. I think the term village is not used much here. Everything's a small town. Yeah, well, I mean, do villages even really, like, they even really exist? Like, are there small towns or villages in, you know, the U.S. and Canada that are, like, how common is a small town or village less than 2,000 people, right? Because you have, like, your rural whatever communities. That's not really a town or village. They're close to a town, usually, and that town is, like, a couple thousand people anyway. 30K is definitely small, not a small town. Right. The city I live in, 30K by deity standards. It's like a huge city. What is, okay, frame of reference. What is a red deer? What is a red deer? 100,000. Okay. If I was gonna guess how many people lived in Red Deer, I was gonna say 30,000. Cologne is 132. What about Salmon Arm? Salmon Arm population 17,000. In Salmon Arm, BC? Well, now my entire frame of reference is just thrown off the cliff. Yeah, Rome at some point had 35K people. Damn. That's a lot of gamers. Holy shit. Yeah, it's a lot of... You had a World of Warcraft team at that point. All right. If you have a town of 2,000, what else do we need? Because, like, how many kids are there in that? Like, town 2,000, you got, like, what? 300 kids or so? Less? Probably a lot less, actually. You know, if every family has a couple kids, it's not like half the people are kids, right? There's probably not a ton of old people, like, moving to this town. So there's probably an unusually high amount of kids, but we have, like, one big school. Have a library. For your families, though, so they have a lot of kids, that's fair. That's fair. Yeah, okay, so we'll just like, I don't know, we'll just grab this and that's kind of hey, there you go, man. Look at that. That's a map now. Oh shit. There we go. Ooh, that's what I wanted. Yeah. If we're only going to limit the walls and stuff on the north side of the city, there be people that live in houses along, right, along the bay as well. Maybe not on the north end. Maybe the north end's kind of where it cuts off, but the town could expand across the south, you know, around there. We can actually fit be families versus individuals. Yeah, I wonder. Like, if you have, like, new areas like that, right? Major resources the town's responsible for. Why is there a need for economy here? What's more, it's more of the, like, it's more, like, space is kind of the biggest thing, right? Like, space is just, like, expensive, right? So the fact that this, like, noble lord is supposed to set up a town to, like, accommodate for researchers and guards and stuff like that for the local runes and act as sort of a point of operation for the local areas for researchers around here. Like, what we need to do is we need to make this researcher building a lot bigger. Like, this research building is going to be this much sort of a footprint on here, but this is going to be a big boy. like a big tower kind of thing, right? And so the town just sort of springs up because the nobles just like, fuck it, man, I want to make a town. You know, and people are like, rent's pretty cheap out there, you know, a new start, a fresh life, that kind of stuff, right? A lot of kids, that mean the age they start working is also low. Probably, yeah. There's all the shit meetings today. Did anyone count the number of okay dudes for today? Okay, dude. All right. If anyone starts a counter, it's over. Sorry to hear that, GM. Sorry to hear you got shit meetings. Remember, green screen, audio loop, or sorry, video loop of you nodding, and that's all I got. That's all I need. So Developing Town wouldn't have a small population. How long has this town been around? Literally like 5 or 6 years. I want there to be a lot of excitement, like a lot of people moving here, like, yo, Pog, dude, there's like cool shit. So maybe there would be less people, to answer Cobalt's question, maybe there'd be less people there than what the sort of representative shops and lifestyle is. It's kind of like when you move to like a small community or something, like, you know, you have your fancy lake communities outside of your like big cities and your burbs, and they have like all this cool shit, but like nobody there yet, and they're like, we're building it for the infrastructure for, you know, we're building it for the future. You know, we know people are going to move in, so we're planning, we're city planning this out, you know, or maybe not. Maybe I'm just screwing it all up. Who knows? This is my first time designing a town. We'll make some mistakes. Help me, Evan. Oh shit, what's going on, Palm? But DD Party is wasting all the party's gold and funeral rights for our ship crew that got owned by the BBG. What can I do to convince them to let the go and save our sweet cash from being spent? Can't spend the gold if you're dead. So you could poison the entire party. That's what I'd do. I don't want to give any other options, because I think that just solves it. Yeah. Yeah. Druid's immune to poison? Oh, perfect. Yeah, there you go. You can just like have drinks that night, and you're drinking up, and there you go. Easy. glad we got that figured out. Yes, bad D&D advice podcast coming soon. It's hard to rate though, although this is the same thing in the world of magic. Yeah, it's a little bit different here. You're right. If you're a quote from YouTube, seriously, have versatile, independently strong, you can build a cleric. You can make up an entire party full of priests, call out the Amen, and bust down Tiamat's door. Demand her lunch money, and she would just build her own toilet to give herself swirly. You wouldn't have to endure the kind of bullying you're about to give her. But that's why clerics have no friends. Just remember, the size of the shops and businesses support these numbers. The large buildings and businesses. 5 6 years, that's a lot. There's this much infrastructure built. I feel like a lot of it would be built very quick and cut a lot of corners. Cut a lot of corners. What if everyone just like moved there? Like let's be honest. Imagine like a lot of these peasants and communities, they're building their own homes, right? Like, you know, it's actually a great point about that, Cobalt, is a lot of people in this town, in our like sort of our suburbs, basically, would be basically still camping, probably. Carts and things like that, and tents and whatever, while they build a house, or while they like try and make enough money or something, or right? I don't know. Like, okay, here's actually a good example, a good thing to reference then. Where in history have we seen small towns like just blow up? I'm thinking like Gold Rush era. So like, how fast would a town get built up in that sort of Gold Rush era, where people are like, oh, there's lots of gold miners there, they'll have a lot of money, so I'm going to build my whatever there, my tavern, my supplies shop, that kind of stuff. Like what about like a Gold Rush style sort of kind of thing, but with adventuring as the sort of the market instead of mining, but also mining, like mining sky shards and stuff, right? Like, what if there's some like vortex whirl in this area? Like, that'd be actually kind of a cool idea. Like, what if a bunch of these islands come up from the deep, but also they leave sort of this trail of like sky shards that after a big clump of islands comes up from the abyss with all these sky shards in them, yeah, more and more sky shards and chunks of rock and stuff are constantly coming up in that little like area. So there's tons of miners and stuff, tons of sky shard fishers, or whatever we call them, you know. Golden Age stone wall, and you can mass produce buildings like you got a 3D printer. Oh shit, we're gonna FDM this town up real quick. You're right. Some chunk of it is moving population, travelers, adventurers, shopping by for a year or two, and then moving elsewhere. That's a good point, actually. An option can't make it right without the body. That's true. You can also get rid of that. No commute, I suppose. It's all right there, man. Need a big hook. Why people are here? Why we're spending time there? Buildings, and infrastructure. Something has to be drawing people here if the city is big within 5-6 years. Yeah. So the whole point of the island is that the islands come up from. We have our abyss, okay, and we have all these like floating islands, you know, and all these just like, you know, big floating city islands and whatever, in the Shattered Sea. Well, when an island like shoots up from the abyss, it doesn't have anything on it, okay? But it's packed with sky shards. And so miners will mine the shit out of it, and then it falls right back down into the abyss and disappears, okay? But when these chunks of land, these islands, also have ancient runes on them. Oops, where's our color here? Runes from the old empire, or the old kingdom, whatever we're calling this old sort of civilization before the Shattered Sea was shattered. What ends up happening is they say, hey, there's runes on there. We need to study them. Nobody mine it. And because all these people are like, okay, but we're going to mine it anyway in secret. You need to send a dude with a big sword to say, hey, stop it. So that's why you sent a noble here. That's why this noble was given a lot of cash to build a town and a barracks, and probably say like, hey, we need a town, we need a barracks, and this is a permanent structure here, so we're going to need the soldiers to have housing for their families. We're going to need some small amounts of infrastructure, some shops, some whatever, a port, right? So here's all the money for that. You need to make sure there's also a place for our researchers and our archaeologists to set up a base camp, because this island as well is the central one in a cluster of islands, right? That all have runes on them. So this is the hub city that travels to all of the islands that are like, you know, maybe like a 20 or 30 minute ship ride, whatever we're gonna call it, airship ride, airboat ride away. Like you can see them all. You see them all on the horizon, or like pretty close, right? So all these people you needed to build up a town real fast here. But because the town's getting built real fast, they're like, everyone's like, shit, that's a lot of opportunity, man. You know? That's why our town is that's why it's been built. So I don't know if that helps the story at all for like how to define the speed or anything. Maybe we magic away some of it. Maybe we cargo container home some of it. I don't know. Rat free ranch was put up because they wanted up. Yeah. So come on. Is that like it was all like rickety and shit, right? Damn. Main purpose of the town. Putting a town on the island is to study these mysterious ruins. I feel like there would be a bigger focus on universities such as mage halls, such scholarly buildings. You know what? I didn't think about the word buildings. I just thought scholarly building. But you're right. You're right. You know what maybe we do? Maybe we move our church down here where the inn is, right? And we have like sort of this district of buildings, right? Close to the town hall, close to the barracks on the sort of north end, where they're like, basically they need to put all the important shit on the north end, right? They put the castle, the town hall, built the town square, built the barracks, and then have all the scholarly buildings. They had a little a little port thing kind of set up. And it all kind of expanded out from there. And so the more like the key structures and things for why this town was created should all be kind of right here, right? But then they were like, well, we don't want to build this way because that's like jungle, because the town's like right here. So like this is all like dense forest and jungle, so we're not going to build north. We can't build too far east for, I don't know, who cares? So I guess we'll just start building south around the coastline, but farming land is like is pretty limited, so let's just like rope this island. There's like a little island just chilling there, right? And the island was like ooh, right? And so they're like come here, come hither, island Chan, and that's how they got the little bonus city. Right? Because they're like, shit, dog, we got a lot of people in here, man. You know, we gotta get a lot of people going. You know, dude, Tom, thanks for the follow. I appreciate it. Thank you, my friend. Deeply appreciated. What's this? Byron, it's the wait. We don't have a name for it yet. We don't have a name for it. I wanted to give it a name that was kind of like an optimistic word, like prosperity or horizon or something like that. But maybe we call it something cool, right? Rune Seeker's Hook. I don't know, man. I'll be thinking about this because this is really important too. The first? What the fuck? Okay, dude. Okay. Yep. Get it out. Get it out. It's fine. Creature idea. A specific creature that has uncanny ability to detect sky shards, kind of like how they use pigs and dogs. Truffles IRL. That is a pog idea. Dude, Shake. What's going on, buddy? How you doing, Shake? Holy shit, man. Shake, thank you for the 14 months. God damn. Shake, you know what we're doing today? First of all, thank you for 14 months of tier 3. That's massive. That is equivalent to 6 years. Wait, to 6 subs. No. Yeah, that's equivalent to 7 years worth of subs of support. I hope you know that. Shake, your role in keeping me going is massive and should never be understated. So thank you, buddy. I appreciate it. Seriously, I mean it. Thanks for sticking with me. Shake, we're working on the first adventure in Eldara, to which I hope you will do me the honor of letting me run for you. I hope when it's done. I want to run it for a couple people for a couple of different groups in the guild, and hopefully they're gonna make it. I don't know. Does town have a need for adventurers yet? Yes, they do, because the thing is, the barracks, the militia, all these things, like they're constantly fending off pirates and people trying to mine the like if people secretly mine out the islands will sink down into the abyss, right? So they can't let them do that. There's also all sorts of like new life sprouting up on the islands. They had druids sort of like bring some life magic and fertility to all the different islands so they could like sustain population and stuff like that and be actual places that host life and whatever in the Shattered Sea, because there's not a lot of landmass for it, right? So there's like, you know, a rune site gets overrun by boars or something, or like a cave structure opens up and on one of the islands or on this island or whatever, and they need some adventurers to go down and like check it out or whatever, because the guards are like pretty busy. Like the local militia is pretty busy like defending the runes and warding off pirates and patrolling on shit. They need all the help they can get. But also there's lots of large islands within a day or two's travel that don't have cities built on them. So there's lots of opportunities for adventurers like to go on a quest. You need to go on a quest to like this big island X over here. Okay, great. Well, this is the biggest like port that you can get to. So yeah, definitely. There are even competing guilds from Grand Crest that want to study the new things. I can imagine they would be sending groups of members to each new island to start their own studies. They want their guild to be the first to make a big discovery. So each guild would want to have their own big guild hall. Oh, you're right. I was thinking Cobalt that it would be more of like a general Grand Crest council, like there'd be representatives of all the different guilds, but like sort of like dispatching a larger Grand Crest whatever you call it, survey team or something, you know? And so if you're a small guild, not part of the large syndicate, you probably want... You probably want there to be, like, more inns and stuff like that. So we have our big fancy inn. I guess that's going to be a pretty big building then. Envoy? Yeah, I guess. That's good. And then, so if you're, like, a small guild, you want to research it, or you're, like, an adventurer, you want to research it, you'd have to, like, apply. You have to, like, come in here, and you have to, like, apply in the mage building, right? The archaeology shit. And you have to apply for, like, access to the runes or whatever, you know? But the runes are, like, a good couple of hours hike across the, you know, horseback ride across the island, right? Like maybe there's one here. There's like some more, there's, like, runes, like, old, not Eldari runes, but, like, old sort of pre-Shattered Sea runes, like, sort of across some of these different islands, right? And so maybe there's like a little there's like a little farming hamlet over here. And then like a small sort of like research base. Right? Around there or something along those lines. And so this is going to be the first place that part of the party is... The first steps into Eldar that anyone takes. Like, formally. Unless I'm running a specific game or a GM wants to start a game somewhere else in the world. The first place that it'll be, like, printed sort of adventure will be in this town. I think. Strong, I think. Rune rush like gold rush, but with one rune. Yeah, but with the runes, man, you gotta get some secrets out of that. Yeah, exactly. Named after the person who discovered it. Sky crystals or sky runes. I forget what they're called. The sky shards. Yeah. I thought when somebody discovered it, it's like more like they blew themselves up, and that was the fallout. So the first guy that discovered the sky shard was probably like some farmer that like had everything blown up and like sort of like walked out of the bomb shelter outhouse, and his house is gone, and everything was gone, and then a little like crystal floats down. He's like, huh. Like, I don't know, man. I don't know. Okay, what else do you need in this town? Hold on. If we have more of a large sort of scholarly presence, we have that. We gave him a little district by the blacksmith, or sorry, by the barracks, and the Pokemon Stadium. What else would we have? We have our inn, our Adventures Guild. Because this place began to grow, they also made it a trade port kind of thing. What else would we need in it? They have their market. They have everything a small town would need. Adventuring supplies. The shipbuilder, obviously, is a big deal. Obviously, all your basic shops, your magic shops, your blacksmith. We'll do a couple blacksmiths. There'll be like one blacksmith on each island, right? One big blacksmith on each island. One for trade. One of the kind of the trade craft island. One of the more like locals island. Then there'll be like one in the hamlet as well, right? Could two blacksmiths serve a city of 2,000 or a town of 2,000 though? Probably if they're big enough. Because there's also lots of small little shops and stuff. Like even within the housing, what we're going to do is we're going to have little areas that are like little sort of like community squares that have what look like to be like maybe some shops and like some super local stuff. Some super small little shops. And it's easy to say that like any one of those has like another blacksmith or something in there, right? We want to give leave room for, we want to give enough room that inspires like the players to say, oh, I want to go here and see what this is, right? But we want to leave enough room so that when your players are like, hey, do you have a do you have a Razer gaming store? And they're like, oh, like the ones in Singapore. They're like, yeah. Did one open here? Like, where do PC gamers get their peripherals? And they're like, well, it's more of a Corsair town, but you know what? No, screw it. We'll put a new egg in the city right there. We have blank spaces for our DMs to put different shops they want, right? Town's called Ted after the farmer that discovered the sky shards. Yeah, good old Teddy. Harmony. Oh, can't be Harmony. Harmony's already a town. That's Harmony is yeah. Harmony's already taken. Harmony's a small town I'm developing right now for our for my D&D game. Yeah. Harmony is yeah, it's a place that it's a much smaller town, hamlet type thing. Much smaller village. Which I'm not even going to talk about whatsoever because it's literally just this. It's literally just spoilers for my party. It has nothing to do with this town. It's not necessary in world building to talk about it right now. But Harmony is literally just straight up spoilers. Which is why I was saying things like prosperity or whatever, or using those kind of words because Harmony is a town that's like somewhat close by. So, Lord Jasper's fourth hold. Syndicate's watch. If you want to go more ominous. Ooh, shit, I like that. 2 blocks stop with multiple blacksmith per shop, probably. Yeah, okay. I miss this is the mining of the sky shards regulated by a government body or group of council guilds. Yes, it is regulated, but many, you know, many people operate below board, basically. Right? The trade of sky shards is regulated, but like, look, local town needs sky shards, right? For stuff. They need sky shards. They just, you know, for like their carts and whatever and all this stuff. Or maybe like a town is they're down lower into the clouds and they want to be above the clouds so they can do more farming and agriculture so they don't need to import as much stuff. So they're going to invest a whole bunch of sky shards, right? They're going to just buy it off people, right? It's going to be like a vendor comes to their town and is like, goes to the mayor and is like, hey, I've got this big chest of sky shards, right? Like, call it 1,000 gold and it's yours. And the, you know, bro's like, okay, right? I don't have to go through the official markets where they're all more expensive, where the like official trade guilds take their cut, you know, where the syndicate regulated this and that. Like, who gives a shit, right? So we'll buy it. So a lot of it's unregulated. The watchtowers, probably not. I don't think. They have maybe probably there's like one in the port or something on the trade island, but all the potential dangers on this island come from the jungle to the north, right? So that's bordering the north side of the city. So the castle, the barracks, it's all there. They have this like nice big fancy gate, right? Or this big like fancy like palisade wall or whatever. And there's maybe like another gate or something like right here. Leads out into the jungle or some shit. You know, you've got like where is our... Yeah. Okay. Here's how we will define the jungle. Okay. Okay. All right. So we've got our jungle out here. Jungle diff? Yeah, probably. They thought it was a top gap. It was just a jungle diff. Right? So there's yeah, they want to build a wall and shit so fucking, panthers and whatever Cheetos don't roam in from the jungle. But it's not like, I mean, to the south is just farms. The militia's pretty chill here. There's not like a lot of people messing around, right? That are like part of the town. King's or Queen's name reach. So Syndicate's reach, that'd be kind of cool actually. Yeah, Syndicate's watch. New Grand Crest. These are good. I don't know. These are good ideas. This is important, man. This is gonna be the very first, this is the starting town, dude. This is the first place that, imagine Eldara. Imagine everything goes as planned. Imagine all of my wildest dreams come true. Imagine that we build this D&D setting. We do an adventure. This time next year, there's 4 adventures that have been released, and we're getting ready to sort of publish them into a Kickstarter book, and we have the adventures and the campaign guide book, and then also, the art book concept stuff. We got music and assets and all this cool shit, right? I contract a comic artist and a writer to make some Eldar graphic novel. A couple years later after the Kickstarter, we get a big fantasy author to do some fantasy novel set in Eldara, and then some small indie game studio wants to build a game, right? 10 years later, there's a big movie trilogy that comes out, right? The Eldara movie trilogy, the Eldara MMO and Eldara esports division, right? Imagine this grows to everything a story could possibly be. This is the first place that anyone would ever set foot into Eldara. That isn't my own personal group of friends that I forced to help me world build with stuff. The first place that anyone who's been waiting for 2 years of me streaming, while I've been talking about this world, while I've been building it out, where I'm finally, under the promise of one day we'll all be able to play in this world and have fun and, play together and go on adventures. This is where people have been waiting 2 years for this. This town has to be special. It has to be in some ways perfect, Give MMO, yeah. Hustle On. Isn't the name of the Star Wars hotel? Yeah, wait, isn't that the name of the Star Wars hotel in Disney World? God damn it. Pallet Town? What do we call it? Just Crate Town? God damn it. God damn it, Blaze. I don't know, man. I'm gonna think on it. I got some good ideas. I appreciate it. I'm not gonna name it right now. I think we'll wait to name it till the end. Because I want to be perfect. It's gonna come to me at some point in time, and it's not gonna be when I'm streaming. It's not gonna be when I'm doing anything. I'm gonna be sitting there playing League of Legends. Jesus. Yeah, you got your mouse and your keyboard. You hunched over. You're trying to be as close to your mouse and keyboard as you possibly can be, right? And you're sitting there in Aram, all right? And you're trying to figure out how to spam Nidalee, or AP Kaisa your way to easy victory. And I'm gonna be wait. It has been revealed to me. All answers, all worlds, all dimensions are open to me. I will see infinity, timelines, eons, worlds being created and destroyed, civilizations rising and falling, new worlds being birthed, all in the palm of my hands. And I will then at that point know what we will call the first town. Or, I'll just be on the toilet and be like, Potatoes Grad. We're calling it Potatoes Grad. Right? Some shit like that, That was not the hotel. These are for a large abandoned city, and an objective is defined as during a period of time in the past, an idyllic, happy, and peaceful. I'm pretty sure that's the name of the new Star Wars hotel. I'm almost positive because Ella watched a video to figure out if it was actually worth $6,000 or not, and if we should start saving for some time in the distant future to maybe go stay 2 nights at a $6,000 hotel. And I'm pretty sure, I'm pretty sure that's what they called it. The ship name, anyway, of it. So it's fine. It's fine, Farmer. It's a common word. You got it. You got it. It's all yours. Fuck them. Fuck them, dude. What do they know? They live in Florida. He playing League? Yeah, basically. Do you have any cities currently in the world that are suffixed with grad? No. There's a world suffixed with grad, -o. You know that place. You know that world. I ever talked about it on stream. One of my worlds in Eldara is going to be a it's going to be a basically I designed a world for a concept art project when I was in school, and I made a comic for it. And I realized it could be translated into a world within one of the realms of Eldara. So that's what I did. But yeah, it's suffixed with grad -o. Luckman's Landing. I like that. That's actually pretty good. Stupid Star Wars Cruiser. I know, man. Stupid Star Wars Cruiser. Stupid $6,000 Star Wars Cruiser. You know how much money that is in Canadian? 6,000 USD. That's like almost 10K Canadian. Holy shit. Could you imagine? Could you imagine going there and spending 2 nights in a Star Wars hotel experience where you can't even leave? The only place you can go is into Galaxy's Edge and the rest of the park. Which then I guess you could leave Magic Kingdom and go do whatever you want all day and then come back later. I don't know. You go underground or whatever for like a couple of days into some budget discount. I mean, I think it looks cool, but for $6,000, damn, dude, that's a lot of money. That's like 2 yachts, dude. You could open like a Tim Hortons franchise and build a town around it in like Saskatchewan for 6,000 USD. All right, that's a lot, man. 6,000 USD. That's like a year of Ultra Pepega Patreon. I'm kidding. Jesus. Rune Ascent. Rune Scent. Ooh. I do like the idea, actually, because of using the. That's actually a good idea. Is using the ruins to. Talking about yacht? Are there shattered sea yachts? Yeah, of course there is. Of course there is, and they all look like this. They all look exactly like this, Thorkin. Right here. All of them. Every last one of them, and they all have the Max Rebo bad plague. They all have the Max Rebo bad plague. It's fine. Don't worry about it, bro. God, look at all the Jabba sand barges, man. No, there's definitely nobles that have their own like giga yachts that are like, yeah. That's definitely something that is a feature of the Shattered Sea. Is you have these roaming nobles that have these ultra yachts that they just go around and they just be wealthy in places. Like, one thing about Grand Crest is home to absurd wealth, right? There are a lot of people with individuals in the Grand Crest that just have an unfortunate amount of wealth. And, yeah. Of course, the rest of the Shadow Sea, there's going to be that kind of money floating around, you know? So, yeah. I don't know, man. Okay. We have the basic idea here down. I think we've designed most of the first town. Welcome to the town of Runecast. Ooh. I definitely like Ted's Runes. Yeah, there we go. Ted's Runes, you're right. You're right. 13 131 pins. Wolf, you're absurd. You're absolutely absurd, Wolf. You're absolutely absurd, dude. Holy shit. That's a lot of pins, Wolf. That's a lot of inspiration. I honestly didn't think I thought you'd stop after 10K. I'm impressed. You're unreal. Don't tempt me. What, Cobalt, there's nothing I could put to make an Ultra Pepega tier worth it. You know what a $600 Ultra Pepega tier is called? Yeah, it's called a commission. It's called a painting commission. That's all there would be. It wouldn't even be a tier on Patreon, okay? It would just straight up be called a painting commission. Maybe I should do one of those. I should do one commission a month and have it on a Patreon slot. I've thought about that. I've actually thought about that, you know? But that'd be a lot of work. And I got a lot of Eldara to build, so. I don't know, man. Be useful in some way. Wolf, listen. Wherever you go, you radiate sunshine. All right? You're a beautiful soul and a wonderful addition to the community. Of the friends that I have had the absolute honor of meeting and making since I started streaming, you are among one of the greatest. You don't need to make a pin board for the whole guild to use to be useful. All right? You can just hang out and say hi. That's all I could ask for. Don't do that. You already have so many Patreon slots filled with stuff. Don't burn yourself out. Oh, God. I'm so excited. The Pepega stuff, I really hope you guys all like the watercolor pieces. You, Guapo, and Farmer. I really hope you guys like them. They're actually just, like, so important to me. And I hope you guys understand why when you get them in the Veil. The thing I haven't figured out yet, though, Cobalt, is I don't know how to ship it yet. Because, I have no idea what to do about shipping. I got to figure out in the next couple of days. I want to ship it before the 20th to everybody. But we'll see, man. We'll see. Because it can't be completely flat either, right? Because there's dice. There's Ella's dice, right? You know? So I don't know, man. It's organized. It's already followed. Wait, what? Already? Of course you were. Pog. Yeah, man. I don't know. I'm it's fun though. Actually, just like making art all day. You know, it's a little bit of a burnout, but stuff like this rejuvenates me because we haven't had to do any painting or sketching or whatever. Today is all just like world building, writing, planning. This stuff is super fun to me. I don't know. This is the first kind of stream like this ever. And I really feel like I've been literally waiting 2 years for this to do this stream. So I'm like super stoked about it. Is there anything else we need in this town, or should we talk about the farm and lands and everything around it? Joke about the corduroy pillow. It's making headlines. Oh God, that was tough. That was tough, Boro. How you doing? Good to see you, my friend. Good to see you. That was rough. I had to. That took me a double take. Runecrest makes sense. There are a lot of things that have crest in the name, so it would make sense actually. Parts have been around. I've enjoyed the stream so far. I'm glad. That means a lot. Thank you. I'm glad, man. Yeah, I mean, I guess we don't have to do art every single day, right? I feel like some days we can do this kind of like chatting stuff. So the last couple of days we did a lot of world building and discussions and stuff. And today we're like making maps and shit. How are we gonna like? Wow, I wonder what treatment do you give these maps, right? Shadowrun building for the buildings of the giant Jaegers to fight the abyssal monsters. Damn it, Farmer. We can't have Pacific Rim references in here. Okay, I'm married to Ella. They have to be Gundams, or else she'll get upset. Okay. Do we have greenery in the farms? We don't. We don't have anything in the farms actually yet. We don't have anything in the farms. We don't have anything decided because we need to build two maps. We need to build this map and we need to build. You know, maybe we do actually. Maybe what we do is we build both these maps on one page. So imagine we build everything like this. We have one map here, and then we have one map. Oops, here, and it's on the same page. Right, and so we have an island map and a city map, and it's on the same page, and we can have like, maybe it's confusing actually. I don't know. Maybe that might be kind of confusing now that I think about it. Yeah. All right, we'll do 2 different maps. We need to have our one map. We have our city map. Because honestly, this isn't going to take too long to do. I don't actually think that the island map, I think we could, honestly, if we really want to, jam it out in a couple of hours. Like, just straight crank it out and it'd be easy. Right? Maybe for ease of use, it'd be fun to have it on 2 different whatever, but I kind of think it'd be fun to... Oh my god, I could make prints of this and send them to people that wanted to run the adventure. For their friends IRL. Holy fuck. Holy shit. I can make... Oh, man. Ooh. So you can put on each on a different piece of paper. Here's a little response to the sick. I can't wait to see what comes of it. I'm rating at the moment, so lurking a bit. That's all good. Shake. Shake, all I could ever ask for is to see your wonderful name pop up in chat once in a while. It honestly makes my day. So I'm just glad you're here, buddy. Established skills here, factions, etc. Probably not. I think it'd probably be too new, you know? Too new for any of that. Do guilds need to petition to the Lord to set up a shop, or can they move in on their own? I think that it would depend. I think the local Lord is like basically saying like, hey, you can if you have a service for the town, if you have a service for the town, we'll give you the land. And we'll like not tax you for the first 5 years. Like that's one of the reasons why a lot of people are like, oh man, this is a great opportunity, right? To like move here and do cool stuff. So yeah, probably like maybe the blacksmith here is not just a blacksmith. Maybe the blacksmith is a local guild, right? Maybe like one of these smaller buildings is like a small adventurers guild, like a small right? Adventurers Guild. That'd be kind of cool. And some of the, or even like some of these small homes, like they might not have a guild hall, right? But they might be an adventurers guild that, well, I don't know, man. Like I'm wondering if we need more inns. Like I wonder if we need another big inn. We have like a big inn in the less fancy district and a big inn in the main district. Like what, maybe we need, maybe honestly, maybe this entire damn thing's an inn. Maybe this entire damn thing. That would make sense to me, actually. That this whole thing was one massive inn. That'd be kind of cool. It'd literally be one of the biggest buildings in town. It's just an inn, you know? One across the street from the main inn. One smaller inn just across the street from the main inn, just so they can be enemies. I like it. Each for mass production, they're on the same page. Yeah. It's the chips that are expensive. So during this claim, should move here quickly to get away from the Eldritch Basement. The problem is the Eldritch Basement follows us. Yeah, I don't know who it is. I think this, but somebody's making the Eldritch shit in our guild. So wherever we go, we're gonna get a basement full of Eldritch shit. Onyx Imperium to be interested? Hey, man. Look, that'd be cool. Like, Crimson, if you're running this game for your players and you want to tell a story of, like, the Onyx Imperium is, like, moving in and, like, they are the ones that were requested, right? They're the ones that were requested to assist in whatever it is that brings players to the island, and you want to do it based on an organization level instead of a party level, that'd be cool. You could like move in your NPCs and you're like the people that you have like running the show or whatever, or your captains or anything like that. That'd be kind of fun. Interesting. Maybe as some guilds are rushing to establish themselves here as quickly as possible. Yeah. Like there'd definitely be in the trade area. There'd definitely be like a miners guild or two, or like a fishers, whatever, right? Or smaller hostel type structures scattered around. Yeah, I don't know why I like the idea of like a big grand inn. Maybe it's not necessary. Maybe I'm overthinking it. But I think it'd be fun. I think in one of the things that's sort of like going to be indicative of Shattered Sea architecture is building up, right? Like Grand Crest on the map, Grand Crest doesn't have these two large towers for nothing. Like fantasy skyscrapers are always an interesting concept, right? Because it's like, well, where does ye old waste go when, right? And it's like a problem, you know, when you try and build in a fantasy medieval world, skyscrapers, basically, like multi-story buildings, like 50-story buildings. It's an interesting conundrum. But also, like, Ravnica did it, and no one complained, so fuck it. But yeah, so building up is going to be something that's very common in the Shattered Sea. Building your buildings up is lots of multi-story thin houses. Like, imagine little like farms on little islands where, you know, you have a little island, right? A very small little island, and you've got like enough room on here for like the family garden, right? And you've got your like little stable shed thingy for your flying whatever, and you got your little dock. For your family's, you know, little boat, dinghy, cart thingy, whatever we're gonna call it. It has wheels so it can land, but is also floating and also has a sail because it's cool. Right? And then on top of that, you have to like find room for your home. I was gonna build a well, but I realized that I was gonna build the well. You know, maybe you've got like a family, some sort of an orchard tree, a little apple tree or something, and then your home, you'd want to build it up instead to like conserve actual space. You know? And so there's lots of like little small, you know, maybe like they just live out here, or maybe they're like, you know, trades people of some variety. They have some kind of trade craft at their disposal. And they just live on this island, you know. So lots of buildings in the Shattered Sea. There's like an accepted idea that building these like multi-story buildings is like, yo, Kazaru, thank you. I almost said that completely wrong. Kazaru, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Welcome, my friend. Right? So this is like kind of an established idea that like, yeah, man, you build up in the Shattered Sea because like space is very limited. So why not? Why are you gonna build out? There's no like bungalows here in the Shattered Sea. Like everybody lives in a 2-story building. Even in the city here, there's not that many like little just sort of like shacks. Right? There's a lot of this kind of building going on, even within the local area. There aren't any like grand great rooms and stuff. They're all like built up for the most part. So like our inn's gonna be like 2 or 3 stories. We got our little shed. Maybe even our shed, honestly. You know what? I'm not listening to my own input. Our shed might be 2 stories as well, just so they have like some room to house stuff. Right? For the little local farmer or whatever. Because yeah, like one garden isn't gonna like, you know, serve the family, but yeah, maybe it does. I actually don't know. I remember my great grandpa and grandma basically lived off their entire they lived off their garden that they had in their backyard. They live in the middle of the city. But like that's one of one of the family members that immigrated over from Ukraine like early in the 1900s. So they were farmers, man. My family were farmers back in Europe. So they knew how to grow a garden, you know? They didn't mess around. They gardened, dude. They grew all their food. So I wonder if like you had like a little, like a patch like this or something that you could like sustain your entire garden. Maybe there's also like, it's fantasy. Like maybe there's like some kind of like druidic magic or something that like increases the crop yield or the crop, you know, time or whatever on these small. Maybe that's like a big need in the Shattered Sea is to like, how do we have crops and food grow faster? Right? So we'll make these small gardens turn into like, you know, sort of have the yield of like great fields, basically, right? Something. Yeah, I don't know. Okay, where was I? I feel like I lost my place. Chat. Progress through the main hall. I always wait. Okay, like how there's always Burger King and McDonald's. You're right. So what we need to do if this is a real true establishment is we need to have a Starbucks at the corner of the town hall, and we also need to have a Starbucks in the corner of the inn, right across the. You're right, of course, right next, but not next to the Amazon warehouse. There's one in the Amazon warehouse. Government funded super inn. Hell yeah. Also has the bathhouse in it. Oh my god, could you imagine? This is gonna be the best inn ever. And casino. Inn, show stage. Oh my god. Adventures Guild Inn, show stage, casino, and bathhouse. All in one super inn. Holy shit. Biggest good idea, especially a town with a big influx of people. Yeah, I think so. Right? Next, when you make your story, yes, Kazru, we're planning an adventure right now. We're planning the Grand Eldarin adventure. NPC/job specific to the Shattered Sea, a real estate type of agent that sells off the latest piece of islands. They're being mined as floating real estate. Yeah, that's right, dude. It's got a timer on it, but right? Walmart D&D World. Yeah, we call it D&D Costco. We just put the word D&D in front of it, and it just turns into D&D Costco. All right, we got a little sketch here, man. On the average little farmstead. You might find a little floating island. We gotta find a name for these. We gotta figure out a name for these and make 1 billion of them and just scatter them off the Shattered Sea. You got a couple trees that have been enchanted or whatever, and the trees produce fruit at a greater level. That'd be kind of cool. Like little, just like taking these problems and figuring out how to handle them with our fantasy. Like actively searching for things that we can magic away. You know, I think that's kind of a cool thing of in fantasy, right? Yo, Silex, thank you for the raid, my friend. Thank you, I appreciate it. How's the stream? What we do today? Thanks for doing the Shadow Boys. I appreciate it. What we do today? Thunder Tales. Last seen playing 7 Days to Die. Oh shit! Actual gameplay. Actual legendary gamer stream. What's good? What's good? How are the matches? How are the rounds? I don't know if 7 Days to Die it does rounds or not, or if it's just a survival or something. I honestly couldn't picture the game in my head. Just by the name. Lots of lag and dropped frames. Oh, perfect. Average gaming stream. Perfect. That's what I like to hear. Thank you again for the raid. I appreciate it. Super that build. Glad you like it, Gabby. Thank you. If I had your talent in drawing, I would have my own book out. Or wait, one book out. If you have what you need to make a real good world in this fantastic format, I appreciate that, Piranha. I appreciate that. That's kind of what we're going for. I don't know. That's very kind of you to say, first of all. And yeah. Hopefully we build Eldar. I mean, that's what I do on my stream. That is rather than doing a book, I just like release stuff as I can to like Patreon and to the Twitch subs, like all the assets and stuff that I make, assets for games, you know, tokens and all that kind of shit. And then eventually, hopefully, we'll have enough content to make a book and run a Kickstarter and stuff and whatever. And that's the dream anyway. But yeah, I don't know. It's fun. I appreciate that. It's kind of you to say. Hater and run, but I gotta get foods. Listen, I understand. After a long raid of lag and drop frames and shit, that is the first thing that I would do is get food and sit down and maybe lay on the floor. Do it after stream sometimes. So thank you, my friend. Cheers. I appreciate the raid. Enjoy the rest of your day. Like the circular indents at the bottom of the flying boat. What if they landed on circular stones in flying landing pads? Ooh, that'd be kind of cool. We'll define those a little bit more. Yeah, what if there's like more like landing sort of like we don't need to. I like the format of docks. I like the format of docks because it's a cool sort of like way, I think, to house your boats and keep that sort of maritime, oceany feel, right? But honestly, there's nothing stopping you from landing your airship like right here, right? Like there'd actually be nothing from stopping it if we had like the right sort of like stand, you know, some kind of like circular stone, whatever or something. Yeah, totally. Absolutely nothing from stopping us from doing that. So why not, right? Yeah, and like, what are the problems we have? Probably like water. That'd be like the biggest problem. Yeah, I think water would be the biggest problem. I think. So because there's always like sort of shattered sea kind of like sky shards floating through the air, right? I think that big islands like this would probably do a couple things. They probably use wind quite a bit. So you might have like on these big buildings, you might have what the fuck does an actual how many fucking fans does the windmill have? Oh, 4? Okay, or 3. Okay, whatever. Oops. There we go. Oh, not a Mandela. We need a radial one. Oh, that's right. 4. Turn it. New layer. I forgot. Whoops. Okay. It's a bit big. That's a bit big. Let's just chill. Just angle that a little bit. Erase everything that's underneath the whatever layer. Yeah, and you can have lots of the sort of the... Ooh, why is that? Wait, have we been drawing this in the background the entire time? Oh my god, I've been drawing that in the background. Ugh, how did that happen? It's supposed to be locked. I'm so confused. All right, whatever. Whatever. There'd be lots of use for the sky and for wind. And then also they'd have like, you know how the boats we showed have those like nets sort of hanging off the bottom? We'd have those kind of like nets. Those same kind of like wind whatever nets to catch various sky shards and rock chunks and fish and whatever. Cuz like there are always just like sky shards in small chunks of rock just like floating up. You know? Oh my god, that's so frustrating. I'm trolled, man. Floating floats like the islands, and there are people that go to capture the globs when they appear. Ooh, yeah, like maybe they that'd be like nets or baskets or something, you know, or maybe like collects on the windmill, whatever or something. I don't know, dude. Well, whatever. We got quite a bit done today. I think that's probably a good place to call it because I just realized it is 3 p.m. and I got some work to do. I got to send out Patreon stuff. If you guys have paid attention, the Patreon vote for this month's token pack is up. It'll be up until Sunday, I believe, the 20th. And I got to do the magic items and stuff. And don't forget, all the digital assets get sent out to everyone in the guild who's a sub. Not just patrons. You don't have to, like, double whatever support. It's all good. All the physical stuff gets sent out to patrons, though. So, where's our... There we go. Okay, so, hey, this was a first for me. This is the first of its kind. A water wheel in the sky. That's a fantastic idea, Dexter. I like that vibe. Yeah, so today was a fun day. It was the first of its kind. Hopefully not its last. I think this adventure planning kind of stuff. We had a couple of days of theory and discussion and chatting and stuff like that available over the last couple of VODs, and then today is our first like map sort of like concept. It's not even a map making stream. It's map concepting. It's like a little bit different than I think we've done before. Taropa, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Will this be on YouTube? Yes, actually. Yeah, that's something I haven't chatted about. I've not chatted with the community about that yet, but the VOD channel, actually, Ella is just finishing. So I have not had my VODs on YouTube for the last year and a bit, but this month and the next couple of weeks, all the VODs from the last couple of weeks and in the next couple of days or by the end of the weekend, I think, is when we're trying to get it done by. But whatever. Yes, it will be on YouTube. There's no channel for it yet, but if you are following the Twitter, or I will do a ping in the Discord or something along with the going live message tomorrow or something, or whenever it's good, to let you guys know where the VODs are going to be available. But yeah, I want to do more of these kind of streams because this is fun. This is that world building stuff that we got to get into to be able to make concept art. Because here's the thing, what you guys might have forgotten is, don't forget, we need to do a picture, a painting or something of this town. Once it's done on the map, we need to take a good angle of it and take a good picture sort of in our brains and make a painting out of it so that we can show players when they arrive at the town, not just the map. So anyway, this is a lot of fun. I hope you guys enjoyed it. Hope you enjoyed your stay. If you have any desire to hop on Final Fantasy and play later, I'll be on. I might be in Discord just chilling. Otherwise, you guys are great. I appreciate you. I hope you know that. I hope I am at least annoying enough in letting you guys know how much I appreciate you, that you never forget that and maybe get annoyed. But either way, until next time, my friends, farewell.